Dette er, hvad jeg har samlet sammen til mine børns bryllup. Alt
Can you feel it? Nothing can save ya, cause this is the season of funky behavior. I came to relax your mind, you can recline. On what? On this here rhyme. I like the style, I'm staying for a while. It helps me show cats that I'm versatile. I'll touch your dial, turn your frown to a smile. I'll make you feel like you're having a child. So relax and open up, child. I'm about to make you walk what? Pimp style or pimped out style. You don't understand the logic. See, if you don't have it all, I'll take a deposit. I got shit for you, it's alright indeed. It's like going to the garden and planting the seed. It might tickle for a second, but it won't bleed. So just relax, just hear a dope track. The vibes is real nice, everything is real fat. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can wear your hat. Just relax and just hear a dope track. The vibes is real nice, everything is real fat. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can wear your hat. Your entertainment at the same time, edutainment. In other words, you could call it vent. What I'm saying is that I'm here at your service. It's hard work, but then again, I deserve this. I'm helping people enjoy their spare time. I'm like an instructor when I'm doing my rhyme. Relax and just hear the dope track. It's really not all that, it's not like a gag. We like that when everything is relaxed and chill. You don't have to get fucked up or take pills, cause I like being myself, it feels good. Yo, it makes my meals taste good. 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 So just relax. It's your dope track. The vibes is real nice, everything is real fat. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can wear your hat. Just relax and hear a dope track. The vibes is real nice, everything is real fat. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can wear your hat. Just relax. My mind state, now balloon, it won't inflate. Just take the buzz, this much wiser kid, fuck the shade. And take it to a lower level, and dig a ditch for a devil. Got some more kids and pass the shovel. Nigga, ho, take them on a spiritual roll. Lyrics unfold, either that or unroll the scroll. Episodes keep reoccurring and stifling. People's vision get blurring, their hearts start murmuring. I'm about 5 times iller than a Sherman. Introspection is God's gift to the miracle. I freak material, lamb's milk without the cereal. When MCs say your booty, they mean venereal. Your fake material hip-hop killers, they more faking than fucking Michael Jackson and Thriller. The status of a hoe, Quanto Costa. They wanna know how much it costs, kid, I bet for keep to me just relax and just hear a dope track. The vibes is real nice, everything is real fat. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can wear your hat. Just relax and just hear a dope track. The vibes is real nice, everything is real fat. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can wear your hat. Just relax.
Yes, the time is 6:08 a.m. Central European Time, or that's 06:08 CET Central European Time, and that must make it 12:09. What is it? a.m. 12:09 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, USA, and that must make it what, around 11? Is it 10? 10? Is it 10? In Arizona time, or 10 or 9? That must be 9. What's up, bits, if you out there? Edward, I see you. Yeah. Pete Hegseth had some interesting, or they had some flip-flops, man. They having flip-flops. And, you know, flip-flops usually means on this level guilty as charged. And I mean, but listen, we're actually going to start somewhere close to that. But yeah, this administration went in, and these are the things they claim they wanted to do, right? I mean, things were too slow in the Biden administration. Biden wasn't hard enough on terrorists, oh my God. And Biden wasn't hard enough on anything, right? He wasn't on it. Biden was sleeping on the job. And according to his, to these folks now, I'll be the first to tell you the United States is not a perfect country. You know why I can say that? Because I've traveled around to a lot of wonderful countries, and no country, let me tell you, there's people that complain every goddamn where. I'm gonna tell you that for sure. Like, for sure. And I'm not saying complaints aren't just at all, or there's nothing there to the complaints, but let me tell you, I think people confuse a comprehensive approach to just being ballistic and just like, being phony about it, unrealistic. And this is what happens when you try to do things outside of your own law, when you just look at your own law as stupid and dumb and forget human rights, forget civil rights. We can just throw people in a wagon and just, in a van. Let's just do it like the Nazis did it. Throw them on the train and get them out of here, right? I mean, no, you can't do that. That doesn't look good. That's not helpful, and oh, it's Arizona. It's 10:09 in Arizona. Okay, yeah. So that would make it 2 hours earlier in Arizona, right? And 3 hours in LA. Okay. Big up to Los Angeles and California also. And the EU, people that are just getting up in the EU, I'm just getting up. So I'm totally fresh. And I had a really good rest, a nice dinner last night, and then a good evening. So I took a little time out. But I mean, this whole thing is just ridiculous. I mean, I think we have the most idiotic administration that has ever happened upon the people of the United States of America. I'm serious. And I mean that even with racism, even with misogyny in there. I mean, the country has never been perfect. Even with women not even being able to vote. Excuse me. Okay, maybe that's taking it too far, but that was the norm. That was the norm of the time, right? Right. You could say the whole world was coming out of women's rights, or Western world was coming out of this women's rights thing, like looking like, damn, women can't even vote. But this is not the norm today, what they're doing. This is not, so they can't even use that as an excuse. This is like going even more backwards with some things. Now, so it's scary, but this administration is even throwing out the idea that it would go back on things like, bring slavery back. There's some people that would said that and that support this Republican Party. There's a guy who, what's his name? I keep forgetting his name. Is it Mark Robinson? Is his last name Mark Robinson? He was lieutenant governor, and he made some outrageous statement. And he's a black dude, African American, made some outrageous statement talking about, if anyone should be paying reparations, it should be black Americans that should be paying reparations. I mean, this is the kind of lunacy we have to live with today. Let me check the chat. Let me see here. Okay, Arizona doesn't do daylight saving times. Okay, Pacific time in the summer and mountain time. And okay, right. And Lord knows I'm horrible at that, and keeping this kind of time. I'm hard at keeping time in 3-4 different places. But I can get better. Why not? It's fun. It's fun to be able to do that, to learn a little more. I forgot that was even a thing, Pacific time. But so all of America has that issue, Eastern time is Pacific time. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's true. But, and I appreciate your comment, Edward. But seriously, so we have a bonkers regime. We got a bonkers regime, and there's always going to be some. I know someone's about to come up in the chat and say Trump 2025, just because, like everyone has to, even ants. I get it. Ants have to exist too. We get it, but that doesn't mean you're wrong. Yeah, I mean, you're right. Just because you say Trump 2025, that definitely doesn't make you right. That's just a statement. That's like saying the sky came out today. I mean, over and over and over. It's like, even if it's nighttime, okay, yeah, we get it. But in any case, we got Hegseth, and it appears that he is definitely going to be the first American to get sent to the ICC because I'm gonna tell you, I don't see why we shouldn't send somebody. It's always got to be a first. And it's not going to be Trump. He's going to die because he can barely do it. Listen, Trump should have elder care right now. That's what should be going on in Trump's life. He should be having elder care, living his best life while being a little kooky. You know what I'm saying? While having dementia. Nothing wrong with that. You could still have family visits and have a okay life. If you're getting care, as if you're a person that has these issues, but he's not even getting that care right now. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's like literally expected to do shit every day. He's expected to make choices that where 350 million people's lives on a daily is in your hands. What kind of elder care is that? Imagine if they woke you up every day, just came in. I mean, that is weird. And in his mind, I'm sure he's got to be saying, damn, when are these people going to stop? When are they going to stop expecting me to be the boss? And they're not. According to his cabinet, when you look at his cabinet, they go out there every day and he's in the best health ever. Best health. The doctors always say. So even if he did have dementia, his cabinet wouldn't even be able to see it, and they will be expecting his ass to work every goddamn day. I mean, this is the time of day we're living in. Sycophants. He is, but I don't even want to give them even that much. I'm like, they are sycophants though. You're 100% correct. But I mean, these people are just cruel. They're cruel because this man cannot do it, and they just won't. They don't have enough in their hearts to say, man, let this man go. Let this man be. They don't have it. They will use him. They will use him as a pawn to the end. Imagine that. I mean, really, imagine you have dementia, or a person does, right? And imagine they want to say something to somebody, but there's nobody around them they trust, or nobody's willing to listen. Have you ever talk to a person like that when they tell you, I did tell them, nobody listens? I mean, anyway, maybe I'm giving them too much credit. Maybe they are just sycophants and Trump is down with it. Yeah, and Trump is down with it to some degree, to a large degree. No, make no mistake about it. Trump is definitely down with it, But let's start here. Kristi Noam had the nerve to come out publicly, as she always does, and lie through her teeth, if that's what it is. I mean, and it's really crazy to watch because it's almost like watching someone who's trying to brainwash the public. Like the manner in which she speaks, the manner in which she dismisses reality over and over and over. And this is something they've all learned to do. Like someone must have told them, always deny it, always deny it. Just keep on denying it, and, it's really it's just enough. I mean, it's enough. Before it was scary. Now it's not even scary. Now it's just like, bitch, get the fuck out of my way. You know what I'm saying? Like, shut the fuck up. Like, are people still going to accept someone showing up to the job, willing to tell them the sky is purple? Or no, let me say something else. Willing to say the cow jumped over the moon every goddamn day, just calmly. The cow did jump over the moon. We saw it. You saw it, didn't you? If you haven't seen it, you must be an extreme leftist. You must be working for Antifa, Like, she's literally taking that approach to everything. So let's listen to it. And I put together some information ahead of time for this one because I'm just tired. I'm tired of having her go out there and lie. We have to stop and demand that media, when they interview these people, stop them, correct them in real time, fact check them in real time, because they're just allowed to lie. That's not cool. That can't be right. It can't be right. in any case, let's go.
Let's turn to Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noam. Secretary Noam, thank you for joining us.
Should I make her brainwash head bigger? Yeah, let's do that. Let me see. Let me make it a little bigger. Let's go.
Have you learned anything about the motivations of this shooter? Why did he do this? Why did he drive across the country and carry out this brazen attack in Washington?
Well, the investigation is still ongoing, and we're allowing our partnership with the FBI and DOJ to continue to reveal all of the sources of motivation. But we do believe this individual, when they came into the country, we know he was unvetted. He was brought into...
Right there. That's not true. They don't know that. Now, so let's go over to the fact table. And, man, this is just too much. I swear. When I hear this, it's just embarrassing. It's just embarrassing at this point. And I don't know why we always have to go through this, where they can just say or comfortable saying these lies, But let me just I wanted to know, is this true to vetting? Well, let me let her play her little lie a little bit more, so we can see how much she lies about this "they weren't vetted" thing. So let's just bring it back and play it some more.
And carry out this brazen attack in Washington.
Well, the investigation is still ongoing, and we're allowing our partnership with the FBI and DOJ to continue to reveal all of the sources of motivation. But we do believe this individual, when they came into the country, we know he was unvetted. He was brought into the country by the Biden administration through Operation Allies Welcome, and then maybe vetted after that, but not.
So you see, she says she has a particular lie that she says, and again, you got to hold her to every single word, and each one of these people, because that's their job. Their job is to inform the public, right? It's best they know, and this is not the best that they know. So it's a lie.
Well, the investigation is still ongoing, and we're allowing our partnership with the FBI and DOJ to continue to reveal all of the sources of motivation. But we do believe this individual, when they came into the country, we know he was unvetted.
We do believe this individual, when he came into the country, we know he was unvetted. All right, so now that we got that complete statement, let's go and see what the facts really were, right, about these individuals. Let's see here, because that's not the truth, actually. Here we go. So, were they unvetted? Now I can bring this up on the screen. Were they unvetted? No, they weren't. They were vetted, actually. Yes, Afghan evacuees who arrived in the U.S. after the fall of Kabul in August 2021. They all underwent a vetting process before entering the United States. And much of this was done in third-party countries or temporary U.S.-run facilities. Here's a detailed breakdown of how it works, right? I mean, it's so interesting because they let them lie in advance, and then day by day more, the facts really trickle out. And, but this is a blatant lie here. After the Taliban took Kabul in August 2021, the U.S. conducted a massive airlift, Operation Ally Refuge, right, to evacuate Afghan nationals who had worked with the U.S. forces, the government, or NGOs and others at risk. Tens of thousands of Afghans were flown to the U.S. and to temporary processing sites in third countries, right? Now, you would think if she knew this at all, so she could still claim that he came here unvetted. She could still claim that as a single individual. But instead, they're making comments that makes it sound like Biden just let everybody in unvetted. That's obviously not true from the start. It's just not true. It's false, right? Second, third-party staging processing countries, right? These are countries that people went to before they came to the U.S. to be vetted, right? Now, you could already be asking, but they didn't say everybody was vetted in a third-party country. Maybe everyone wasn't, but does everybody need to be? What if you're vetted in advance? These are different people, so they're already classified differently. Some NGOs, right, as it said earlier, some NGOs, Some worked with the U.S. forces, right? Does that require vetting? How much vetting does that require to work with U.S. forces? The government, how much vetting in advance of you working? While you're working, how much vetting does that require? How much do they need to know about you before you're allowed to work with the U.S. military? Those are questions you need to ask. They're not questions that should just be left up to someone else. You at least need to want to know them. You see what I mean? To make a conclusive decision, you know? Now, let's see here. Before arriving in the U.S., many Afghans were flown to the U.S., controlled or allied bases outside Afghanistan. And I remember this. I remember this was the issue. They had to coordinate this quickly. This took a lot of organization from NATO member countries. This took a lot of cooperation from other countries as well. These other countries were at risk for also participating. You see what I mean? So U.S. controlled, they were flown to U.S. controlled or allied bases outside of Afghanistan. These countries include Qatar, right? Germany, Kuwait, other locations in Europe like Spain, Italy, Poland and listen, some live here. Well, in Denmark, there's people from Afghanistan that live here. I know some of them. I can't say everything, but for different reasons, professional and personal relations. You know, I've never met any other Afghanistan person that wasn't happy to be here, grateful to be here, and also participating fully, respectfully in the society. You see what I mean? I've never met any. And, but in any case, these bases function as interim processing hubs where U.S. authorities could begin vetting procedures, right? So it's been established. That already took place. Kristi Noam didn't mention that. Donald Trump didn't mention that. No one in his administration, when going before the public, is mentioning this. These are things they don't believe. Either they are totally unaware of themselves as government officials, or they're purposely withholding that information, or they don't believe the public that they're speaking to deserves to know it. Because, by the way, they're paid by your tax dollars. Shouldn't part of them getting your tax dollars shouldn't part of their job be informing you of the truth? So why leave this out? Because this is part of the truth. At the staging sites, Afghans underwent several steps. Now let me let this play. I'm going to let what she says, because she's going to lie even more. And then we're going to go right back to this.
He was brought into the country by the Biden administration through Operation Allies Welcome, and then maybe vetted after that, but not done well based on what the guy.
She said, and keep in mind, she said maybe vetted after that, maybe, right? So she's still unaware. She's not even claiming to know. She's claiming on one hand to know in one statement they weren't vetted. And now she's saying maybe they were vetted after they came into the U.S. Okay.
Guidelines were put forward by President Biden. And now, since he's been here, we believe he could have been radicalized in his home community and in his home state. So as we continue to talk to his family and his contacts, more details will be revealed, and we'll release those when it's appropriate. But this is something that for these individuals, when they're brought into our country, it's a dangerous situation. If you don't know who they are, if they're coming from a country that's not stable and doesn't have a government that can help you.
Notice how she said, if you don't. It's dangerous if you don't. Right. But the Biden administration said they vetted them. So that wouldn't be not knowing. That would be knowing. And in her mind, if that's the only issue that comes into play regarding safety, then it's not dangerous then.
It's something that for these individuals, when they're brought into our country, it's a dangerous situation. If you don't know who they are, if they're coming from a country that's not stable and doesn't have a government that can help you vet them, that we shouldn't allow it. And that's why I'm so grateful that President Trump has taken the action that he's taken the last few days to stop all asylum, to stop all processes that bring people into this country until we ensure that we know who these people are.
So you're saying there was no vetting outside the country? Because we had been told that there had been vetting outside the country. You're saying that there was no vetting at all by the Biden administration?
If you remember during that operation when Afghanistan was abandoned, people were just put on aircraft and brought to the United States. And the administration said at that time that they would vet them when they got here.
So you see, so that's a lie. That's a lie. That's just an open lie. Go find a clip where the administration says we're going to vet them when they get here. Because if the administration said that, that's definitely not what the administration did. That's not what the administration did. And the administration today is not claiming that that's what they did. So what's up with her? But again, these are the MAGA voters. They are the MAGA voters. They're willing and they're okay in having these people lie to them openly to create some sort of information pool where truth becomes something different than what is actual truth. All you have to do is weed out the information, and then you got your own truth catered to your views. So if you want to be bigoted, you got a way to be bigoted now and justify it. That is, leave the facts out. Now look, she says there's a lot of stuff that didn't happen, but hold on, let me let her play a little bit more, because she lies so much. It's just hard to know when to stop and correct it, but she's going to say a few other lies.
And so they did, but they didn't do a thorough investigation. What they did was check a few names and a few data points. But what President Trump has put in place now for vetting is biometric information.
There you go. So she's claiming that Trump put the biometric information into play. Let's hear this whole little statement here. She says again.
Said at that time that they would vet them when they got here. And so they did, but they didn't do a thorough investigation. What they did was check a few names and a few data points. But what President Trump has put in place now for vetting is biometric information, checking social media platforms, communications, contacts, matching up dates of service. That was never done under Joe Biden.
So there you have it. That was never done under Joe Biden. Let me tell you, some of these people don't even want to be vetted themselves. Do they want to be vetted themselves? How many people were put up, and didn't pass, the Senate hearings, or any real vetting? And Trump said, fuck that. They need to have this position anyway. A few, if I'm correct, would not have passed the vetting process that people Trump has put into power, or forced into power, failed, to be honest. But let's go. I mean, really, how many people would go through this vetting process? Do you know what it's like? They're going to go through everybody in your entire family that's alive, every person that you ever made known contact with. Any criminal record whatsoever is going to be put on the table and discussed regarding everybody in your family. Period. Everybody, everyone you're married to, everyone that your kid is married to, every single action that they've done in their lives, everybody. That's what vetting is. You see what I mean? How many of these people you think will pass that? Do you think any relationships that you've had, anything like that would be, if let's say you got a brother that's a drug dealer. Let's say you got a brother that has a friend that's a drug dealer. You see what I'm saying? If he knew anything about it, they're going to go into a lot of this stuff. You see? So, but in any case, let's go back to her lies here. Afghans underwent several steps, right? At the staging sites. This is before they entered the United States. At the staging sites. Remember, the U.S. is a first world country. It's a superpower. It has massive amount of resources to implement what it wants, when and where it must. It's not like they're sitting back saying, damn, we don't have enough equipment to do these things, or know-how, or resources, or we're not lacking transportation. We can't just build a center here to vet people. Yes, they definitely can, almost anytime, any place, anywhere. You see, that's what's being done in a war. They could do this in a war state, in a war moment inside of the country. They have a war going on if necessary. You see what I mean? Let alone other places that there may be better choices, you know? So here, what did they collect? At the stage sites, Afghans underwent several steps: biographical data collection, identity documents, family information, and work history, especially U.S. government or military ties, digital photos, and fingerprints. Okay, security screening conducted by FBI, Department of Homeland Security, DHS, and Department of Defense, DOD, personnel, right? Included biometric checks against U.S. and international terrorist databases. So what are you doing the biometric test for now? What do you do it for? What do you do them for? You know how long this has been going on? Biometric testing. The U.S. is one of the first countries to even have this technology. I'm telling you, I'm talking about first world nations, like straight up Western nations. U.S. is one of the first. Many others have implemented these biometric shit, which is, regarding the same matters, who can become a citizen, resident, checks like this now. But the U.S. is one of the first, right? And this is not even that long ago. So you got to think about that, right? So they have the biometric thing down, right? Matching you up. Your finger, in case you don't know what that is, that's taking a picture of your eyes, fingerprints, everything, Now, let's see here. Review any criminal history and the Taliban affiliations, right? Biometric means a lot more than that, but just to give you an idea, right? It's not just your fingerprints or anything like that, right? There's more to it. Medical screening, vaccinations, COVID-19 test. How many people knew that? COVID was around before it started spreading, by the way, before it spread everywhere. COVID was a thing they already knew existed and already knew would become a problem for the Western world and others, by the way. COVID-19 tests and general health checks were done to meet U.S. entry requirements, right? So, interviews. U.S. officers conducted interviews to verify eligibility for special immigrant visas, SIVs, parole programs. Now, keep in mind, if you're asking, well, did this guy undergo all of that? If you're asking that, so far, I haven't heard Kristi Noam volunteer that information, right? I haven't heard. That's an obvious question for the journalist to ask, right? Did he go through all this vetting in a third party country, or was he one of the people that just got on the plane? That would be a good question to ask, But right now, by the way she's speaking, it sounds like her answer would be, well, we don't know that yet. Well, obviously, if it was done, the Biden administration would know that and they would have said it already, but they're not being too helpful, right? Something like that. Okay. They asked about threats. Okay. What do they do in the vetting? Parole programs, humanitarian admissions, right? Right. These officers conducted interviews to verify eligibility, special immigrant visas, SIVs, parole programs, or humanitarian admissions, right? They ask about threats from the Taliban, personal history, and eligibility criteria, right? So they interview you, you qualify whatever you want to qualify in the answers that you give, and then they check, your biometric information, and they check your family history. They do all the other quantitative, core things that they have been able to research and pull up without you even knowing. They double check. They see, does that information match up with the information others, have, etc. Right? So, right. For U.S. admission process. Once initial screening was complete, Afghans were either paroled into the U.S. under humanitarian parole, temporary status, typical for 2 years, right? Admitted under special immigrant visas, SIV programs, more permanent for interpreters, embassy staff, and certain NGO workers. Before boarding flights to the U.S., further checks were done. Advanced watch list checklists, update checks against FBI and international databases, document verification, SIV approvals or parole documentation verified, flight approval only cleared evacuees were placed on U.S. bound flights. So you had to be cleared already. All right. On arrival. So it seems like a whole lot of vetting's going on. I mean, this is the vetting process that Kristi Noam did not bother to explain to anybody about any evacuees coming to the United States of America. So you might be asking, well, did this one person go through all of that? Okay, that's an excellent question, because I asked that question. That's a question I suggest the media ask her, right? Legacy media, which is why you're watching me, because I ask questions like that, by the way. But shouldn't she be offering this information right here instead of saying no vetting was being done? Don't you think that would be pretty cool for somebody you pay money to? I mean, imagine when you go downtown for anything. Let's just imagine she's your typical government worker, and you're just going there for any goddamn reason, to the downtown, to the government office, for any goddamn reason. Taxes, utility bill, any fucking thing. I don't know. I don't know what it is. What would it be? Your driver's license. Yeah. Let's say that, right? Let's say you go downtown, sums up with your driver's license, and you meet Kristi Noam. She's the one doing your paperwork. Wouldn't you expect her to be helpful, informative, and know what the fuck she's talking about? Wouldn't you appreciate that? Because after all, you got to get back to work. You got somewhere else to go. You got kids to take care of. You got a family. You got bills to pay, right? And you pay her salary on top of that. Wouldn't you expect her to tell you that if there's this other shit, like, well, that has something to do with your license, wouldn't you expect her to tell you and inform you right then, right now, because you waited in the fucking line, you pressed ding, got a number, waited around there with 50 other people, some places 100 other people, ding, 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 waited in the line like a cow, finally get your chance to to get your license straight, or your registration, or whatever the hell, and you meet Kristi Noam. Would you give her a pass, a thumbs up, or would you give her a angry face? Would you give her a smiley when they ask you when you leave, like, yeah, that was good service, or would you give her the frown? You tell me. Okay, on arrival in the U.S., even after arriving, Afghan evacuees. Okay, this is secondary screening. Even after arrival, secondary vetting. Okay, that's another word that could be used by U.S. Customs and Border Protection, CBP, and DHS. Okay, final security vetting. Biometrics confirmed. Okay, so assignment of refugee or parole status. Transfer to resettlement agencies for housing, benefits, and integration programs, right? And I know some of you are out there like, I don't want to pay for that. Listen, that's something you don't want to pay for that. So you don't want anyone knowing how to adjust to society. You just want to throw them out there and say, have them become another goddamn criminal on the street, not knowing anything, not knowing that, hey man, you don't have to steal this goddamn meal today. You can go to that office there and apply for this and this because you got some type of stipend to handle that. You know what I'm saying? Like, okay, you don't want that? Anyway, a lot of these people end up paying taxes, by the way, working in the United States and paying their fair share. Okay. So, challenges and notes. Some evacuees were cleared quickly due to prior SIV approvals. Yes, because some people already had this shit. You see what I mean? Like, if you're working with the CIA, don't you think the CIA will want to know who the fuck you are? I mean, just think about that. I'm talking about directly with them. Don't you think they would really want to know who your family is, who you are, who your friends are, what your story is when you grew up, and verify that shit with other intelligence agencies? Don't you think they would want that? I don't know. Just one of them questions I ask, maybe you don't want to know that. Okay. I think the CIA would want to know though. Other face delays of weeks due to incomplete records or security concerns. Okay. The U.S. has had a balance of speed, the U.S. has had to balance speed of evacuation with national security, leading to some temporary shortcuts in vetting at the initial stage. Okay, so they're admitting that there were some issues here, right? At the initial stage, with more thorough checks continuing afterward. So again, she's not even telling you the truth, because she's just telling you they were just taken on that plane. You saw that picture, everybody. Did you see that picture? They were just let on this plane and then let into the United States. That's a goddamn lie at this point. You see that. That's purposely either you have a low, I mean, if you accept that to be the truth, what she's saying, you have a low bar on what truth is. A very, very low bar. You see what I mean? A bar where you should never be responsible for anybody's life, let alone work for government yourself, if that's how low your bar is for truth. Or even a government worker. Okay? Like, I want someone who I'm paying with my tax dollars to inform me goddamn correctly so I can make a fucking real choice. Okay? Not some choice where I have to come back and be like, well, the lady said this and it turns out she ain't know what the hell she was talking about. I would be doubly pissed. You know? Not to mention some Americans might go back with a gun. You know what I'm saying? You ruined my life, lady. And they do. They do. She told me this. I was relying on that information. God damn it. I lost my way to get to work. What the fuck? I travel an hour 2 hours every day. God damn it. You know what I'm saying? I needed that license now and she lied. Okay. Unlike traditional refugee vetting, which can take months or years, this process was expedited, leveraging existing SIVs and U.S. intelligence data. Okay. So they have different ways of vetting people, and it's pretty thorough. It's as thorough as it gets anywhere in the world, by the way. I hope you understand that. This is not a case of somebody else does it better. Okay, it's not that case. Okay, so in short, yes, Afghan evacuees were vetted in third party countries, primarily at U.S. or allied military bases, through a combination of biometrics, document checks, security screenings, and interviews before being allowed to board flights to the U.S. and additional check. Now, let me see something here. Provide me all the sources for your information. I want the ULRs also. Here we go. It's just for everybody else that's watching, because some people may say, where's your source? Even though I already know the source is going to, you know what I'm saying? But it's just so you know, U.S. Department of Homeland Security, overview of vetting under Operation Allies. I mean, here's the website, y'all. DHS. Department of Homeland Security.gov. Do you want any of it? There it is. You see that? I mean, allies welcome. That's a special link you could click. Should I put this link in the goddamn? Yes, I will. Yes, I will. I will put it in the chat for people. I mean, damn, here's the link, y'all. Damn, this is awesome. Awesome news. Good work, U.S. government. There you have it. Now, let's see here. Is there another link? Right. So you can see that was the first link, Operation Department of Homeland Security. This is the U.S. government's, the taxpayers' website, by the way. Okay. Let's see here. Here's another one. Let's put the next link here. Whitehouse.gov. I mean, this is crazy. You know, these people don't even know their own information that they're putting out on their own goddamn government websites. Here you have it. There's a PDF. You can download that from the White House. What else? Let's go on. Report from Human Rights first described that evacuees were sent. Okay, here we go. Let's go here. Human Rights first, right? So you get a mixture. Now you get some NGOs that were working with the U.S. government, right? Final report, their report, you know. I mean, good NGOs give you reports from time to time. Here you are. Boom, that's that one. Okay, courtesy of that NGO who maybe a lot of people donate money. Could be international, could be nationally. Who knows? You check it out. You tell me. Okay, so reporting. Now this is news reporting on it. So Stars and Stripes, Axios. Okay, Ramstein Air Base. Okay, you know what? Yep. You know what? Should I there's a lot of sites here. So you need to go in there and do your own due diligence. But you got at least the references from the U.S. government. And now let's go further with Kristi Noam's lies here. Let's take it back a little bit. Now that you know that, let's listen to her give her whole little rant here.
You're saying that there was no vetting at all by the Biden administration?
If you remember during that operation when Afghanistan was abandoned, people were just put on aircraft and brought to the United States. And the administration said at that time that they would vet them when they got here. And so they did, but they didn't do a thorough investigation. What they did was check a few names and a few data points. But what President Trump has put in place.
Check a few names and a few data points. Damn, I mean, what we just went through doesn't sound like checking a few names and a few data points. That's not, trust me, that's not what nobody does anyway, any time of day. After 9/11, nobody does check a few data points and a few names. Are you out of your mind, lady? They don't even do that when anyone wants to fly anywhere anymore, period. You know, nobody does that. That's crazy. You know, I mean, in case you never traveled anywhere, have you ever gone downtown to get a license? I mean, have you ever applied to a job with a federal agency? You know, I mean, they do more in this check, but you know, it's similar to that. Federal agencies don't just check a few names and a few data points. I mean, is this making sense to you? You tell me.
Place now for vetting is biometric information, checking social media platforms, communications, contacts, matching up dates of service. That was never done under Joe Biden. He didn't do that. In fact, he brought people to this country and then just said, well, we'll vet them later. Okay. And that's how things like this happen. If you remember, this individual's application to be in this country started under the administration of Joe Biden. The information was gathered under the administration of Joe Biden, and the consequences of this horrific shooting and death of Sarah lays directly on the shoulders of Joe Biden and his administration.
I mean, I don't know what happened in this case where the Biden administration is actually...
You know, it's interesting, her approach there, because it almost seems more important for her to lay the blame on the prior administration than it is for her to know something about what they actually did. You see what I mean? And inform people accurately about what they actually did. You see, and that's a telltale sign right there. That should tell you you're dealing with a political hack, basically. Now, when you work for a government agency, when you work for a state agency, you got to leave your politics at the door. That's rule number one. If you have if you really believe that your job is to fulfill some political party's agenda, you should never be hired to any state government job role or federal government role if you think that's your job, because it's absolutely not your job. As you see, some people in the chat are saying it takes bipartisan legislation. Yes, it does take bipartisan legislation. And by the way, even beyond that, it takes bipartisan. If it's not bipartisan legislation, there's also, yeah, you could say that even up to the Supreme Court. There's some, even if the Supreme Court is biased, there's so many checks and balances here in place already. Every law is connected, works together. You see what I mean? So even if you have majority Republicans on everything, that's still not enough to circumvent all the other laws that already exist that are connected in Danish they call it sammenhænge, that are connected and rely upon each other to function. You see what I mean? So you shouldn't even be in government if you are bringing your political party's perspective to your job. You see what I mean? Because it's not even necessary. Your political parties, both political parties and all people, anybody that's involved in the legislature, if they voted for something, some of their shit is inside of any law anyway, pretty much. Republicans were definitely part of the law before. You see what I mean? In fact, most of the stuff when Biden was in office, a lot of that stuff is all, you know, it may be more bipartisan than any law that you've seen come out of Trump's shit right now in this administration. You see what I mean? So I think it's kind of bad when you bring your partisanship into a government role, because the government requires you to follow the law. That simple. It requires you to follow procedure, and procedure and law is set up. It's standing on 100 years of precedent. You see what I'm saying? So, yeah. But in any case,
is that they did vet these people.
Lays directly on the shoulders of Joe Biden and his administration.
I mean, I don't know what happened in this case. What the Biden administration has actually said is that they did vet these people in third-party countries before.
Hold on. Somebody said this streamer, and the streamer isn't reading your chat. Yeah, I'm not reading everybody's comments, by the way. So I'm reading it, every once in a while. I do check the chat. It's not personal, though. It's not. So I don't answer everybody's personal question. I might miss some of the questions because I'm doing something else, too. I'm also listening. You got to understand something. I'm listening to this information for the first time. Like, I didn't hear all of this interview. You see what I mean? I didn't hear it. I'm hearing all of it for the first time now. I took some points earlier that I saw early in the day just from some quick snaps at it. So for those of you that don't know, I do live reactions. So I'm actually listening, reacting, and then sometimes I'll also have some information prepared. So that's what it is.
Coming to the United States, but you just said that he was radicalized here in the United States. So is it our understanding that the issue, his intent, happened here? This was not something he came to the United States with an intent to carry out?
Oh, yeah. Hugo says the streamer definitely has some bias. Yeah. Guess what? Who doesn't have any bias? You don't have any bias? We all have bias. I mean, I live in another country. I'm an American citizen. I live outside of the U.S. Do I have bias? Yeah. And my experiences are a little different than yours day to day. My life is different from yours. Every single day is different. The laws are different. The society is different. Okay. The taxes are different. The amount of crime is different. The gun rights are different. How much of my tax dollars actually go directly to affect my life? That's different than yours. So I'm biased. I was born in Washington, D.C. I wasn't born in West Virginia. I didn't grow up picking apples out of the apple tree out of my backyard, even though we got apples in D.C., by the way. You know what I'm saying? But I didn't. That's popular in West Virginia. I used to visit West Virginia. I didn't grow up in Northern Maine, although I've been on vacation there. There's no one that doesn't have any bias. There's no one. But can we be reasonable and factual? Can we have a reasonable conversation about the facts? I'm sure here we can agree, if we're being reasonable, that Kristi Noam did not inform the public about what had actually been going on regarding the vetting when she was asked the question. And I'm pretty sure we can agree that she could do much better, and a government servant should, since they're getting paid by the tax dollars. That's all I'm talking about, that
carry out attacks like this.
And he's talking about you could call out both sides. Well, right now, guess who's in power? Who are you? Why should I call out both sides? I'm talking about Kristi Noam. That's not both sides. That's her. I'm talking about her job performance. What are you talking about? You don't like people addressing individuals in government? What do you want me to go find a Democrat to address? Where's the Democrat that Trump appointed? Did Trump appoint any Democrats, or did he appoint all sycophants with no experience? You tell me. You tell me. Where's the Democrat working for Trump? Show me. What's the name? I mean, come on now. Let's be reasonable. Well, what is the Democrat's name that Trump appointed? I mean, don't you know that Biden appointed some Republicans? Don't you know that Biden, he actually called for some Republicans to be appointed to departments, to lead departments when he was president? Which Democrat did Trump appoint? So, I mean, I think you're not being reasonable, but in any case, let's go on. And I do read the chat from time to time, some days more, some days less, but I'm sure you'll agree. But on this point, we're talking about Kristi Noam. When we get to someone else, we can do that, when we find some Democrats or independents.
Well, we know that when Joe Biden left the White House, he left us with a 1.5 million case backlog in asylum claims. And individuals are required under a law and under policy to check in every single year when they have asylum in this country, and that wasn't being done. These individuals that were brought in and then vetted on information that was gathered by the Biden administration that wasn't thorough. And so now we're completely changing that since President Trump has been in the White House and since I've been at DHS. We're using biometric information. We're using those social media platforms and looking at what they're saying and doing and making sure that we have a government, when a country is sending us someone, we have a government that is stable in that country that can actually share information with us. How do we vet someone that comes from Afghanistan or Somalia or Yemen if they don't have a government that we can communicate with that will share information with us?
So this is weird. This is really weird. So, let's think about what she's proposing. She's saying, how do you vet people that don't have stable government? All right. That's an interesting question. I'm not saying that was the case with Afghanistan, right? There's a lot of governments around the world that may have more stable or less stable governments, right? To some degree, right? But we're the ones who came there. I mean, we're the ones who sent our military. We went there. We went to Afghanistan because Osama bin Laden was hiding out, and Osama bin Laden he was moving across borders. The man was found in Pakistan. Okay. We didn't go to Pakistan. He was in Pakistan. The man was found in Pakistan, not Afghanistan. First of all. Okay. Secondly, we are the ones that made it. I'm not saying 9/11. Like I'm one of the people, unlike a lot of MAGA people, I definitely believe 9/11 was an attack on our government and on our country. I definitely believe that. Not like a lot of MAGA people. A lot of MAGA people think it was an inside job, think it was Cheney and Bush. Okay. I don't believe that. What I believe is that there's still some things out there that people might be interested in knowing. Like, I believe all that that happened is not necessarily known, and I believe there's more hands in this, not just Muslim hands, to be honest with you. And I think they were definitely involved, but I believe they got some help from somebody that wasn't a Muslim. That's what I believe. I think they got some help from somebody that comes from a Christian nation. That's what I believe. That's an opponent of the United States of America. That's what I believe. Some help. And I believe all these individuals are troublesome, and therefore we need to release the Jeffrey Epstein files and some others. But, if you release these files, you will see the Jeffrey Epstein files. You will see how these things intersect with so many different groups of people. So that you will get an idea how complicated it would be to figure out 9/11 and who was part of it. You see what I mean? But having said that, after 9/11, we, the American government under Bush, chose as a reaction to go to these places. That's what we chose. I'm not dissing Bush for doing that. I'm not saying that. That's not my point. I'm also saying there's room to criticize, right? But I'm not saying that that's that's just what it was. That's the cold fact. Nobody forced the U.S. to go there. That was a choice, right? No one forced the words to come out of Bush's mouth, right? I would have used some different words myself, and I would have been a little more cautious because guess what? Anybody can bait you into a conflict. To me, it looked like someone was baiting the U.S. into a conflict. You see, who knows what else these folks were thinking? The government folks were thinking, who knows? But that's not to say that there weren't. Obviously, we do know that there were participants from Muslim nations involved. There's people we still even deal. I mean, Osama bin Laden was a Wahhabi. He worked for the CIA. So there's a lot to be said. And there's been people that have flip-flopped. People that work for the CIA have gone to work with the Russian government too later, been double agents, been all kinds of stuff. So there's a lot to examine there, right? But when Kristi Noam, back to the point, when Kristi Noam says troubled governments, okay, well then why the fuck were we there? Why are we there? You can't have it both ways. We didn't have to go there. And if we didn't go there and stay there, we don't have to help anybody. How about that? Now, think about this. Why are we going into Venezuela? What do you think going into Venezuela is going to create? You don't think that's going to create more refugees coming to the United States? You don't think that? How much time you plan on spending in Venezuela? The reaction, the consequences of what you do in Venezuela, are you going to pay the consequences for that? Are you going to pay the consequences for all the people leaving Venezuela and flooding other nations in South America and the Caribbean? Are you going to take any responsibility for it? What are you going to do to assist all those other nations where all those refugees from Venezuela have to go to? What are you doing right now? When you put sanctions on a nation, what are you doing when it creates refugees? What are you doing for all the nations that it affects right now? What are you doing? What's your plan? So if you have no plan, stop fucking with people. Just stop fucking with people if you have no plan. Now, you could have a plan, but your plan should at least include the after fucking math. Because there will be some aftermath. Like, very clear. And if you haven't heard, there's going to be aftermath for all of the allies too. When you go into a nation, and you want to wage war, it creates refugees to the neighbors and everyone else around the world if they are to hold up the, international law. If they are to hold up your human rights also, your human rights as American citizens, it will have consequences to everyone else. So what's the point? Now, if you never went to the country and never bombed them, I wouldn't have an issue with saying, hey, don't let them in. Let the people who bomb them take care of their ass. But of course, that sounds pretty goddamn cruel because, usually when you bomb people, you just want to kill them. I mean, if the people who bomb them don't let them in, that sounds like murder. Right? If you don't want refugees, if you think everyone is the enemy in any of these countries, you're goddamn crazy. Just like everyone in the U.S. doesn't agree with Trump. If you try to kill every American just because they voted for Trump, goddamn, please don't do that because I didn't vote for fucking Trump. If you try to kill every American who voted for Kamala Harris, guess who's going to pay the price for that too? People who voted for Trump are going to pay the price also. If you try to kill every American that voted for Biden, the people who voted for Trump will be killed also and affected also. Do you want that? So why would you go to and engage another nation? Why would you do that way? So it can't be that everybody in a nation is evil. You're talking Hitler shit when you say stuff like that. And it's just not that way. You're dealing with different groups of people in every nation with different politics, with different views. Some conservative, some liberal. Some are okay with you. Some are not. Some are okay a little bit less. Some are okay a little bit more with you. Some agree a little bit more with you. Some agree a little bit less than you, or a lot less, or a lot more with you. You got to be willing to do the work when you want to engage the world. Otherwise, what are you doing? And at this point, it's just a real responsibility because 350 million people paying taxes into one socialized project. The U.S. government is a socialized project paid for 100% by the taxpayers, just like the military. When you're paying into it, that many people, you have a responsibility to control it and operate it well.
So that is one of the
this is not a sign. What you're seeing of her, this is not a sign shit is operating well at all because she don't have her facts straight. And she's not informing people truthfully over the media.
And making sure that we have a government, when a country is sending us someone, we have a government that is stable in that country that can actually share information with us. How do we vet someone that comes from Afghanistan or Somalia or Yemen, if they don't have a government that we can communicate with that will share information.
Everyone's going to be against you if you go around bombing people and then saying, oh, well, everybody else deal with the problem, deal with the aftermath. I mean, come on, you will have no allies. And this kind of logic is really what's running the U.S. Right now. A group of people that are making U.S. allies turn away. The strongest allies from day one turn away. The allies from the West, even not that the U.S. doesn't have plenty of allies outside of the West, but all of them from the West and other places are literally turning away because of this type of logic she's spitting.
With us, and so that is one of the prerogatives and one of the priorities that we're putting on these countries if they want to continue to send us people that want to claim asylum.
And you said that he was radicalized here in the United States. He was admitted to this country by the Biden administration. That's 100% correct, 2021. But he was granted asylum by the Trump administration in April. So did you see any red flags?
If you remember, John.
Yeah, did you see any red flags?
John, all the information that was gathered on that vetting process was gathered under the Biden administration. His asylum claim application started under the Biden administration. That information was provided by them, and the responsibility lies with them. And we need to know that and speak the truth of how this entire process happened so that we can fix it. That's what President Trump has been doing and dedicated to, is that when we look at people who deserve asylum, they have to be thoroughly vetted. They weren't under the last administration. That has completely changed under President Trump.
But again, he was granted asylum in April, so President Trump had already been in office for several months. You had been in office. Are you saying there was no vetting?
She had been in office, right? Yeah, she had been in office. So what's up with that? You know, she's actually, I mean, and this is where it's even worse. Let me see something. You know, how do you sit up there and you're claiming to be honest? And how do you sit up there and say Biden, when actually you were the one in office? You were the one that said all these bad things about Biden. You were the one that said they were incompetent. Every liberal, every Dem, every woke person in government was incompetent. You were the one that said people in government that have different backgrounds, including women, any other background but white male, any other background was basically given these jobs because of DEI. And if they were given these jobs based on any level of equality standard that the U.S. wants to uphold, that they should be fired, right? That's what they did. They were firing people out of the gate. You see what I'm saying? And so what did he just say? Listen to this.
Under President Trump.
But again, he was granted asylum in April. So President Trump had already been in office for several months. You had been in office. Are you saying there was no vetting done by the Trump administration? You were simply relying on what had been done under the Biden administration? You did no vetting before granting him asylum?
The processes were put in place using information that was gathered during the application process that happened under Joe Biden. And that has been completely fixed, and new metrics and new process.
All right, look, here's the thing. Kristi Noam was appointed January 25th, 2025. That's 5 days after Trump took office. OK, so that's some months. That's like at least 2 months. And then it's really her. She could have objected to this individual if there was any grounds for her to. If she thought anything about people from Afghanistan in the United States of America, she could have requested that they all be re-reviewed. A good question to ask is, did she request that? Did she say on day 1? Did she say on day 2? Did she say on day 30, hey, this was messed up what the Biden administration did? We want all of their statuses redone, reviewed, all of the information recollected. We want to know more about it. We want to know who's, anything. Has she done that? Apparently no. And it needs to be said that she didn't request it. You see what I mean? So again, you can't have it both ways. when you take office, yeah, she is goddamn busted. Yo, she is busted. She busted right on national TV, and he should have kept putting his foot down on her also, on her, brainwashed looking eyes and face, but in any case, she's busted. She's complaining about herself. She's complaining about her own goddamn performance. Look, when you are of another political party, that means you disagree with some of the other political parties' ideas and practices. So when you get into office, you then have the opportunity to find out what has these other people that were here before me done wrong. That would be logical, especially if you're, if you're so politicized that you need to find where the Dems did something wrong, right? She didn't even do that. She went into office saying these Dems, these liberals, they fucked up the country. And when she got in office, what'd she do? When she got in office, she kicked her feet back and just went out to the border and was like, see, we building a fence here. Look at this fence. See that? Where's my horse at? Yeehaw. She didn't say one damn thing about revetting anybody from Afghanistan. You know what I'm saying? She didn't do one thing about it. She didn't go out there, and this is January 2025. So, okay, that's the day.
This have been added under President Trump. He immediately went to work, and we put in place under USCIS the new data and new information that can be gathered, such as communicating with governments, getting information from them.
She is full blown lying right now. She's literally trying to expect people to think that the Trump administration has made a change, and now the Trump administration is communicating with governments now, and Biden wasn't. This is bullshit.
And making sure that biometric information and dates of service match up.
This is 100% lie. What she's telling, it's just all lies. It's all lies. It's terrible.
Much of the information that was gathered and provided by the Biden administration wasn't thorough and wasn't done. And what kind of a crazy world is it when you have a president that allows millions of people to come into this country unvetted, not knowing who they are, from countries that perpetuate terrorism upon the United States? And when we saw during Operation Allies Welcome was over close to 100,000 people that were allowed to come to the United States, that Joe Biden said, you know what, we'll vet them after they get here. We'll let them into our country, and then we'll vet them after they get here.
Okay.
And then they didn't do it. Vet them after they people that were allowed to come to Allies Welcome, perpetuate terrorism upon the United States. And when we saw during Operation Allies Welcome was over close to 100,000 people that were allowed to come to the United States, that Joe Biden said, you know what, we'll vet them after they get here.
Okay, let's see if that's true. I mean, she's just openly lying. She's this is an open lie, but I just want to be thorough since I got the time today. Let's see here. That's a lie. So she lied. 100,000 in all, and obviously the majority of them were vetted outside of the United States of America. Very simple. Very simple. I'm going to advise people, because I don't want to use too much time on this point, because, you can obviously see she's already been busted. The information is already out there. It's public information. What she's saying is lies. So you can do your due diligence and, and figure out the rest yourself. But I already know. And I've already looked into it. She's lying about these numbers. She's lying about this process. She's not even trying to tell American people the truth at all. This is just all complete made up and fabricated stuff. And the taxpayers are paying her to lie to them at this point. That's all it is. There's nothing that she said that's remotely true. Nothing. It's sad. It's sad.
Let them into our country, and then we'll vet them after they get here. Okay. And then they didn't do it. They didn't do a good job, and it wasn't complete and thorough, and that's what is being fixed right now.
Again, what the Biden administration said actually is that the vetting was done before they came to the United States. But let me...
Exactly. And it was. And she's not providing she's not even talking about the vetting that was actually done. That's even up on their own website. I mean, what the fuck? Who does that? Who does that? multiple government websites tell you what the vetting process was. You know what I'm saying? And she's up here like, they didn't do nothing. They didn't do nothing. This is the damn Trump administration right now, and the website tells you everything opposite of what she's saying. It's like, come on.
Ask you about another subject.
Well, I think if you watch what happened unfold,
but you just said that's
you
what
watch people pull on.
Biden said. I know, but
you watch people load onto those planes.
So you see, she's taking a tragedy, and she's trying to use a tragedy, right, to invoke people's emotions. And actually, the emotion that it should invoke in American citizens is, wow, man, like, these people are going to fucking die if they don't get on these goddamn planes because we're pulling out the way that we're pulling out. Like, she's using that reality instead of it invoking that in her, a little bit of humanity for people that fought with us and worked with us to assist us. Even if you don't agree with the U.S. policy, you still need to understand they were assisting us. That was the whole point in what they were doing. Instead, she tries to manipulate it and just make it seem like, oh, these people just act like this every day. just a normal day. They just run and just, let me get on this fucking plane. Just that's how they would act any day of the week, right? Come on.
They didn't come from those planes directly into the United States. But
he's telling her they didn't come on those planes directly to the United States. I mean, they're saying it. They're saying it.
Let me ask you about another question.
During that period of time.
There's a Washington.
It was during that period of time. What was during that period of time? The fear that set in when they realized they're about to be left for dead. Yeah, that did happen in that period of time. But if you don't take accountability for it, what good can come of it? Nothing.
Washington Post report that one of those Venezuelan boats that was attacked by a U.S. missile, alleged drug boats that...
You know, somebody said, why would we want them, bro? Somebody in the chat said, why would we want them? Look, Elena Hopper. I just watched Elena Hopper on TV. We're going to review her, too. I just watched her on TV also. Just in the last 24 hours. And she was making some outrageous statements about these Afghani people, right? Okay. Well, her own family fled circumstances like this. Her own family. And it's remarkable how people that flee the same circumstances, I mean, she actually comes from Iraq. She comes from her family fled from Iraq, Elena Haba. And she's actually arguing against Afghan. She's literally arguing the same argument she's using against these Afghani people can be used against her. And she doesn't she realizes she's doing that, but she also realizes MAGA people are so bigoted, they don't care. They're willing to they're fine as long as you sell out. I mean, it's embarrassing. It's embarrassing. So what's up? Why do you have Elena Haba here? Elena Haba, when are you leaving the country? You and your family. Since that's how MAGA people want it. MAGA people don't like people like you. So when are you going to leave? Okay? I mean, I'm just saying, this is the same argument that question. Why do we want them here? Why do we want them here? That's exactly how Elena Haba came to the United States. She was born there, but she was fleeing Iraq. Her family was fleeing Iraq. What, you think that was a pretty situation? You think people weren't desperate to leave? You think people wouldn't be killed if they stayed? I mean, is that what you think is going on in these conflicts around the world? Do you think it's all peace? I mean,
a second missile was launched because there had been 2 survivors clinging to the wreckage of the boat. I know this was obviously carried out by the Defense Department, but is the administration concerned here that may have violated the laws of war? I mean, was there an imminent threat posed by those people that were clinging to the wreckage of a boat that had already been struck?
Oh, John, that entire story is based on anonymous sources. So,
okay, see, this is where the devil enters in. Anonymous source. You know, this administration is against anonymous sources from within its own ranks. So when she says anonymous source, she's saying a person like her that works in a department like she does, that works for the U.S. government, saying that they are doing things wrong, that they are murdering and they are breaking the law, that they are not following the Constitution. That's what she just says. That's an anonymous source. Like that means nothing. She may as well be the anonymous source. You see, because the person works for a government agency, you know, they work for the military.
People that were
This is probably a person. This is a person that's close to either Hegseth or close to the people on the boat, the captain. You see what I'm saying? That's the anonymous source.
to the wreckage of a boat that had already been struck.
Oh, John, that entire story is based on anonymous sources. So we see the press and we see that rag use anonymous sources all the time to print things that aren't true, that are lies, that are completely not based in reality. So I would not put any credibility to that story, to what was said. I have full faith and trust in this president and in this government to do the right thing to keep the American people safe. And I'm so grateful at the amount of work that has been done to stop those deadly drugs from getting into our country. Just in several offloads that we've been able to.
So she's basically admitting to not needing any goddamn proof herself. She doesn't need any proof. She's working for the Department of Homeland Security, and her main thing is, I don't need proof. I don't need proof. That's how I'm going to secure things. No proof. How do we go about our job at the Department of Homeland Security? We don't use evidence. We don't use proof. We don't use none of that. It's all bias. We just judge based on your ethnicity and your color and your religion and your gender and your sexual orientation, you know. And by the way, as long as, you know, if you're handicapped, then fuck you too. That's what they basically say. But anybody, as long as you, I mean, don't get me wrong. I know there's plenty of white men and white people that are against this and see it for what it is, that are tired of this bullshit, tired of bigotry, and tired of all of that stuff. But what they're offering people in their way of governing is that white men, being a white man, is all that fucking matters. That's really what they're saying. Anyone else that has any experience different from a white man in the United States of America, right? That's not on their side. You can't be a liberal white man. You can't be a liberal, heterosexual white man and have something to say in this world, in this woman's world, in Trump's world. You have to be a MAGA white male who's claiming to be heterosexual. Claim it. All you have to do is claim it. You could be out there on Tinder. You just have to claim the right shit. You see what I mean? And it's okay for her. That's basically what she's saying.
Interdict and to stop and to blow up.
And big up to the white people that aren't going for this bullshit. Big up to you, like, for real, man. Thank you so much, because I can't pass as white. You see what I'm saying? But I'm intelligent enough to know that white is just a color. It's not a politic. It's not a nationality. It's not an ethnicity. It's not a history. It's just people. It's just people like everybody else.
In the Caribbean Sea, it's been enough to save over 45 million people. 45 million lethal doses were completely destroyed, that people will now be safer because of the work that the Department of War and this president have done.
This is now a subject of investigation by both the House and the Senate Armed Services Committee. But let me ask you before you go, as you know, a U.S. district judge.
Somebody in the chat talking about reparations. What are you talking about, man? This is about this conversation. Listen, this conversation, this is ridiculous. Trump is out there about promising people Doge checks, and someone's out there talking about he gave your reparations to somebody else. Well, if there's no if there's an issue with reparations, then why don't we have an issue against those checks? Why don't we have an issue against all the other forms of reparation given to people? Why don't we do that? Why is it just when it comes to African Americans, all of a sudden it's like, ooh, reparations, look at that word. You know what I mean? Listen, what about these SNAP benefits? You know what I mean? That majority affected white Americans that live in red states. What about that? You know what I mean? Isn't that reparations? Yeah. Where's that money? Did he give that money to the foreigners? No, that money's still there. You got your SNAP check. I mean, barely, because Trump don't even want to give you that. But you're not arguing that money's not there. You're not arguing that he gave it to foreigners. No, nobody gave any issue. There's no money from African Americans. Don't have to worry about any money being spent anywhere by the U.S. government. That has nothing to do with reparations at all, period. There's plenty of money to go around. Even to Elon Musk, we got money for him. We got money for Peter Thiel. We got money for Trump's kids. Yes, we do. In the billions and billions. We just gave the $1 trillion tax cut to loads of people that ain't broke like you. Okay. So, don't be mixing that up. You know, you can say you don't have a check for the farmers. Okay. That money, is it there? Who took the farmers' money? You know what I'm saying? Like, come on. Again, it's just another issue of bigotry. People always want to try to use bigoted concepts, and lies. You know, it's not going to work anymore. It's over. It's
Judge
over.
is now reopened in
Somebody was like, where's my Doge check? Can you believe all the people that voted for Trump that thought they were going to get a Doge check? Why? Why do you need a Doge check? Why do you need one? Something wrong with your life? Something wrong with your pockets? Something wrong with you can't afford life? You can't pay your bills without a government check? What's wrong? What's wrong about that? Why did you even want a check? Put a 1 in the chat if you wanted a Trump Doge check. If you want a Trump Doge check, put a 1 in the chat. And state your political party. If you want a Trump Doge check. If Trump should issue Doge checks, put a 1 in the chat. Yeah, all of a sudden there ain't no MAGA people here anymore. You see that Trump is going to issue us a Doge check. Did you know that? Anyway, yeah, exactly. Okay, if you live in a red state, do you want SNAP? If you live in a red state, do you want SNAP? Do you want your SNAP benefits, or should they be cut by Trump? Put a 1 in the chat if SNAP benefits should be cut by Trump and you live in a red state. I mean, majority of people, it's not me who said cut these people's, first of all, I don't get SNAP, but I live outside of the U.S. But in any case, it's Trump that said he was going to cut it. The majority of people on it are white Americans that live in red states. Do you want the SNAP benefits cut? I didn't say only white Americans. I said the majority are white Americans that live in red states. So it has other people too. It has African Americans. It has Hispanics. The two biggest groups, number 1 biggest group, white Americans. Number 2 biggest group, black Americans. Number 3, Hispanics. And it gets lower and lower and lower, Asians and all these other people, they're very low percent. Do you want them cut or not? Say, yay, cut them. Here, I'm going to say this. MAGA people call SNAP reparations and are against it. Boom. So there you have it. MAGA people in the chat call SNAP benefits reparations. Because that's really what it is. You're correct if you call it reparations. It's a form of reparation. Okay? Reparation is such a general term. It can be used widely. Did you know that? Yeah. We're going to use it widely. I guess, see, that's what's so funny. They want their check. Nobody said they don't want their check now. You see, that's amazing. That's amazing, you know? And when they don't want the check, it's usually gender-based, race-based, religious-based, ethnicity-based. You know what I mean? So there you have it. You get your check. I won't cut your reparations off, your SNAP check, okay? I won't cut it off. You know, I think... for me, I actually probably have more humanity for you because you're broke than you have for other people that are like you that also need help. You know, you should fix that. You know, you should fix that.
Contempt inquiry into the decision to fly those planes of Venezuelan immigrants alleged.
Look, this man just putting his words in people's mouth. No, you want fucking SNAP. Okay, that comes from every taxpayer, including African Americans. Stop begging. Okay, if you don't have any empathy for people that were descendants of slaves and their descendants in the United States of America that had to go through Jim Crow, the KKK after slavery, red light districting, then fuck your SNAP. Okay, I mean, really, fuck empathy for everybody, including you too. You SNAP user, you hypocrite. You know what I'm saying? Like, goddamn, you know, how weird can you be? And your welfare in the United States wasn't created for African Americans. Goddamn, we couldn't even get it. It was illegal for us to get it. Don't you realize that, you stupid ass?
Gang members to El Salvador.
Yeah, I get it. You want your SNAP benefits. That's those MAGA people. They live in them red states. They want them SNAP benefits. They actually voted against them because they thought it was only black people. You know what I'm saying? every goddamn program they voted against, they voted because they thought it was black people and Hispanics, and it's their ass.
Salvador.
You're dumb.
After he ordered the planes to be turned around. In a DOJ filing, the Department of Justice says that
now we're all descendants from slaves. So then what's your problem with reparations, you jackass? Okay, if we're all descendants of slaves, then what's your fucking problem with reparations, jackass? You know, stop using reparations like it's a term only African Americans want. No, your bitch ass wants it too. And you want it for your mama and your daddy also. What the fuck? Goddamn.
Who were the one that made...
Yeah, where's my Doge check? Where's my Doge check? They don't just want a SNAP check. They want a motherfucking Doge check too. And they want us to pay for it. Man, get the hell out of here. You know?
That order.
You notice how nobody put a 1 in the chat. You see? They know that you're putting words in my mouth. You were asked clearly, do you want your SNAP check cut? Yes or no? If you want it cut, put a 1 in the chat. Very simple. You know, be brave. Goddamn. You know what I'm saying? If you want your SNAP check cut, go ahead. Because, listen, the majority is white Americans. So this question is for, I'm just saying, MAGA people. Put a 1 in the chat. There's some MAGA people that are black that want SNAP check to be cut. They're not all white. There's some that are Hispanic. There was some Palestinians out there too. They MAGA supporters. You know what I'm saying? So there you go. There you go. Say it. Stand on it. Be with it. You know what I'm saying? And go sign a paper and deliver it to the government and say, don't ever give me or anybody in my family SNAP. Okay? Then we have a real conversation.
So I have 2 questions on that. First of all, is that right? Does the buck effectively stop with you on this? Was this your responsibility?
But just keep in mind, there ain't no Democrat that said your SNAP should be cut. It's not the Democrats. It's the Republicans.
And had you known that the judge had ordered those planes to be turned around?
True color doesn't have anything to do with SNAP. Outside of the fact that a lot of the voters that voted against it because they thought other people of other colors, other religions, other ethnicities were getting more of it than them. And then when they found out that they were the majority, then all of a sudden they got mad at Trump. But Trump promised to cut your SNAP when you voted for him. You didn't get it then? It's because you thought food stamps wasn't SNAP. See, they fooled you again. Devil trickery. They went out there and said food stamps, and you were like, hey, these niggas, they on food stamps. No, he's talking about your white ass too. Okay?
The order was issued.
And you voted for it because you were too stupid. Okay?
Yes, I made that decision, and that decision was under my complete authority and following the law and the Constitution and the leadership of this president who is dedicated to getting dangerous criminal terror.
Do your family get whose family gets snapped? Put a 1. It doesn't matter who you are. Put a 1 in the chat. Sean King, does your family get snapped? Smog Snow, does your family get snapped? Be proud. Be proud about it. Don't be. I mean, what's wrong with getting snapped? Anything wrong with getting snapped? If something's wrong with receiving snap, put a 1 in the chat. If something's wrong with receiving snap, put a 1 in the chat. I don't see anybody putting a 1 in the chat. I don't see any liberals putting 1 in the chat. I don't see any MAGA people, Trump supporters, putting 1 in the chat. That's interesting. Anybody think snap is wrong? Put a 1 in the chat. I don't think it's wrong. But I paid attention to what to what platform he ran on. And I listened to Republican leadership, and they had a problem with food stamps. They were pretty proud of having problems with food stamps. Food stamps is SNAP. So, it seems very, very few people suddenly now, very few people.
Terrorists and gangs and cartels.
Listen, assistance, in living in the wealthiest country on earth, the fact that there's American people that belittle other people because they receive some sort of government supplement is the most ignorant fucking thing in the world, in the richest country on earth. Like, it's just sad to see that, because it shows how you don't stand together. And being divided like that is definitely a weakness that gives billionaires every opportunity that they need, because they getting their government supplements before you. That was the first thing. The first people that got their government check were the billionaire class.
Out of our country. And I'm so grateful that we get the opportunity every day to do that and to make decisions that will keep America safe.
Did you know about the judge's order when you issued your order for the planes to continue?
This is an activist judge, and I understand, we're still in litigation with this against this activist judge who's continuously tried to stop us from protecting the American people. We continue to win. His ridiculous claims are not in good standing with the law.
This is so funny. In any case, so she actually took up on 2 platforms. Let's go to the next one here. Let's see here. For those of you that don't know, myself, I believe that, I know this to be true, right? U.S. tax dollars, Americans, they pay about 50% of the taxes that American citizens pay. Only at best 50% go directly back into their own, to affect their own lives in their communities. Only 50% of the taxes they pay, Americans. The moment you leave the United States of America and you go into any other Western country, that number jumps up to 60% of the taxes you pay go directly back to benefiting you, your family, or your community that you live in. It starts at 60%. Some other NATO nations, it go as high as 75%. That's the nation I live in, Denmark. So that means no matter what the taxes you pay, up to 75% of the taxes that people pay in Denmark go directly back into directly affecting their life, their family's life, or their communities, things in their communities where they live. At best, 50% of that is in the U.S. So 50% right now of the taxes, and it's probably less because it was 50% when Biden was in office. They're cutting a lot of government programs right now under Trump. This is what they voted for. This is what people who voted for Trump voted for. They wanted less social programs. So it's probably going to look like 40%, maybe 35% in the U.S., between 35% and maybe 40% is of the taxes Americans pay will go directly back to benefiting them, their families, or the communities that they live in. And it's a choice. It's a choice that American people make. It's the choice of how they vote, and they know this choice because they're being told this choice on, leading up to the election. They were told all these things. They were even told about, that, hey, the billionaires are going to get $1 trillion tax cut. They got it. They were told these kind of programs, like SNAP and things like that, they were going to cut. They cut it. They cut them. They were told a lot of stuff and they voted for it. So at best, American citizens are going to either continue under Biden or Trump, either party right now, because you don't hear too many people talking about it and you don't hear it being discussed in legacy media. How much of your taxes should go to affect your life directly, your family's life directly, or the community that you live in directly versus should go to other places. And that's a good conversation for Americans to have, although they're likely not going to have it because they're not demanding that their politicians have it on the left or the right. They're not demanding that legacy media, the media channels that they watch, they're not demanding that they have that conversation. So, I'm pretty happy about my life, about my choices, sadly enough, because I realized the tide is against American people like myself. To be honest with you, the tide would be against me. If I was living in the U.S., I would be participating and paying taxes into a system that's actually against my work ethic. That's against, my blood, sweat, and tears.
Noam, welcome back to Meet the Press.
Thank you, Kristen. I appreciate you inviting me on.
Somebody said, don't need government money. The government needs your money. That's what we're talking about. The government needs your money. There is no option. They're begging you for your money. And if you don't give them that money, they're going to whip you. They're going to throw you in jail. That's your punishment right now. In fact, you better give them their goddamn money. Slave.
Thank you so much for being here.
You better give them your goddamn money. You better.
At the conclusion of just a devastating week, I do want to
put a 1 in the chat. Please listen, click the like button. I mean, it's real talk. If you don't give them your money out of your paycheck, they're going to throw your ass in jail and come and take your fucking house. You don't have a choice. They have a punishment for people that don't give them their money. Okay, that's the situation you're in. And that's what you signed up for. And that's what you're going to remain to be in. The least you could do is at least know what the fuck you're voting for. But this is what you voted for. You vote for that. If I don't pay my taxes, I get thrown in jail. If I don't pay my taxes, my house going to be taken away. If I don't pay my taxes, they're going to give me a fine on top of that and charge me interest. If I don't do that, that's what you vote for. And you're stupid enough to. You're stupid enough to vote for it. So, and to keep it going. At least you could vote for something different. But how can you do something different if you never have a conversation about it?
With the investigation into the attack on those 2 Guards members, what is the latest you can tell us about the attack, the suspect, Ramanullah Lakhanwal, and what you have learned about the motive, Madam Secretary?
Has she learned anything about the motive? I mean, the motive is simple. I don't know, but I've said this the last couple of days. I've been saying this. If you fight for something and you fight side by side with people and you risk your life, and now because you risked your life, now you're faced with being sent back to a place where you will be killed because you fought against the power that is there in your country and you fought with the American soldiers. If you risked your life, you fought against them, You could have just said, nah, fuck that. I'm joining the Taliban and you'll be perfectly safe. And you could have fought against the American soldiers. That was the choice Afghans were given. Fight against the Taliban or join the Taliban. And because of people's values are different in Afghanistan, a lot of people said we're fighting against the Taliban because we like our daughters going to school. We like our mothers being able to have a job too and have some freedom themselves. So they fought against the Taliban. The U.S. government pulled out, and now those people were about to be slaughtered. They were given temporary status in the U.S. because of that, because it's documented. And now Trump has been sending back Afghanis quietly. You know, this is what's already been happening, you know, before this conversation of the shooter came up. So unfortunately, legacy media didn't cover that. They didn't really go into, ICE doesn't tell you the nationality or the background of the people it's detaining. They don't issue that information. They don't tell you the ethnicity or nationality. You know, they've had issues doing that. And so a lot of these people have become frustrated because even though they fought together with the U.S. government, they're actually out there watching their family members and others that they know in their communities being kicked out of the country, sent back to Afghanistan to die. I suspect that might have something to do with it because the Afghanistan people from Afghanistan I know aren't really uneducated or stupid. Often when you deal with certain societies, people overlook the human aspect of what's going on. And I suspect that's what's going on right now. They're overlooking the human aspect. I mean, you saw how easy it was. I mean, two guardsmen were shot in D.C. Of course, that can happen any day of the week, you know, based on the law. The law does not allow you to stop someone from transporting a weapon across the country as long as it's not, as long as it's dismantled, right? As long as there's not bullets in the car. But it only takes 2 minutes to put it together and get it ready to go on. So once you get where you're going, you can use it. That's just the way the law is right now. But these two service members, National Guard members, were killed, and you don't see the flags at half-mast. No, you don't. You saw the flags at half-mast for Charlie Kirk. That's what you see. You see the flags at half-mast with Charlie Kirk. And you don't see it for the service members. And that's been typical of the Trump administration. You know, they overlook not just human circumstance of regular everyday people in the United States, but even the people in the military, they're overlooking. They don't really respond that well to that. They see people in the military as pawns, basically, you know, and when they want you to do something that they want, they're eager to push you in that situation. But when things happen bad, they're not so eager to pat you on the back or back you up. I mean, look, there's people that they don't even want the VA to function. Well, they even cutting money from the, you know, it's crazy from veterans, you know, it's and their families. I mean, let's say you're a veteran. Let's say you're a vet, but you have a brother who didn't serve. You might have certain benefits, even though Trump's trying to cut that. And you might be grateful for that. But then you got to watch your brother lose his home because the Trump administration just made because of their laws that they passed, made the price of health care double and triple and blah, blah, blah. How does that make you feel? As a service member, who are you protecting when you go out to fight? Whose life are you protecting? You're protecting other people that now can't afford health care because of this administration. You're protecting other people that maybe lose their SNAP benefits because of this administration. You're protecting a lot of people. You're protecting people that can't even afford health care. I mean, school. They can't even afford education. You're protecting people that have lifetime debt because of education, because they decided they wanted an education. You're not protecting people that have universal health care. You're not protecting people that have access to education fairly for a fair wage, or, you know, that's not who you're protecting. So what's the point? What's the point? If you're inhumane to your own people, who is your military protecting? Just a question. Back to Kristi Noam, though.
Well, we know that this individual came into the country under Operation Allies Welcome and during the Biden administration and that disastrous withdrawal that we all watched unfold in 2021. He's been in this country and was in the Washington state area. We do know that we're talking to his contacts and going through information, continuing to gather that as we go forward, but we're going to use every tool at our disposal to bring him to justice and make him pay for what he has done, not just to America, but how he's devastated these families and taken the life of one of our soldiers and devastatingly injured another one that we're still praying for each and every day. My heart goes out to.
They didn't put the flag at half mast. They didn't put the flags at half mast. You know, I mean, you could say this all you want. But okay.
Andrew and Sarah's families, I can't imagine what they're going through. And President Trump is absolutely dedicated to making sure that he's bringing this individual to justice. And anyone that he would have talked to, anyone that he knows that would have known about this plan and this attack, he will absolutely bring in, and there will be consequences.
Why is she saying Trump will do this? It's her motherfucking job. That's what she's paid for. I mean, Trump is just made there to say, hey, you, Kristi Noam, get the fuck out there and do something. I mean, why does she keep saying President Trump is going to do this? What the fuck is that? It's brainwash. She's just telling you the same thing. Trump will do it. Trump will fix it. Trump. But it's actually her job. Literally. She's the expert that's supposed to come and tell Trump what's going on and what needs to happen. You know, she's the one she's the tip of the spear, and she's talking about it like Trump is.
And they that he knows that would have known about this plan and this attack, he will absolutely bring in, and there will be consequences, and they will pay.
Yeah, and our condolences to the family.
It's vengeance. That vengeance thing again. I am your vengeance. They will pay. They will pay. And again, this is just missing the human aspect. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that they shouldn't investigate. Maybe it was something deeper. Maybe it was. Look, Columbine, it was something deeper. There were people that conspired against the U.S. government and blew up the federal building in where was it? Ohio, right? I believe it was, or Colorado. Was it Colorado? Right. Colorado. A lot of people died in that explosion. So you should investigate it, right? You should investigate. But here's the thing. There's also a lot of people in America, for one reason or another, because guns are proliferated all over the place and the gun laws, and we already went through this. There's no law that prohibits any lawful gun owner. And a lawful gun owner is simply a person who sells a gun privately to another person. You got loads of states that's going on. And I think Washington State is one of them, where the guy comes from. That's the law. Now, and there's no law that stops them from putting that, disassembling that weapon, putting it in a sealed compartment, and driving all the way to Washington, D.C. They could drive across there, around the whole motherfucking country, from every border state, just drive all the way around it first and then say, hey, fuck it, let's just go to D.C. And that would be totally legal as long as it's in the glove compartment contained. Only takes 2 minutes for them to change it from that to a weapon that's loaded. I mean, there it is. And that's something that American citizens vote on. Yeah, Oklahoma City. Thank you for that. Oklahoma City. That's something that American citizens vote on. It's called gun law legislation, and it comes up quite frequently. So American citizens don't have any excuse to not know the gun law. Even people with given asylum have the right to possess a weapon. Did you know that? According to the gun laws. And that's just because you vote for it. So if a majority in Congress or a majority in the Senate, and you had a president that was against that, you would have that. But you don't. You don't. Now, it's really sad that people don't know this. I mean, we've been through the information, the details. Let me see. Let me pull up the law, because people apparently don't know the law in the United States, or at least in the internet. Maybe these aren't even American citizens that are playing stupid. I don't know. That's a lie. Okay. What law? To possess a handgun in the USA. People with temporary status. I mean, he was already given asylum. You know what I'm saying? Let me see here. (18 USC paragraph 922). Okay. So, and this guy, this is people with temporary status. So under some circumstances, people with temporary status in the U.S. can possess a firearm, a handgun. Now, people, let me see here. What about people? I'm gonna put it in the chat too, so you can look it up if you didn't hear me state it. What about people who are granted asylum? I mean, this is already law. We've already been through this on my channel, and the last couple of streams we've been talking about this. So feel free, if you're interested, to go back and see some of that dialogue. But let's see here. Here we go. Under federal, let's see here. Okay. People who have been granted asylum under immigration laws who are admitted as refugees are not considered non-immigrant aliens. You see, that's the technicality. So you got to understand that too. So even with this other situation, right? Again, people who have been granted asylum under the immigration laws or who are admitted as refugees are not considered non-immigrant aliens. Okay. As a result, the automatic firearm possession prohibition tied to non-immigrant alien status does not apply for asylees or refugees. This is U.S. law. And this is U.S. law that American citizens vote for. And American citizens, they, every day of the week, I mean, not every day of the week, but every year, every other year, every 2 years, vote for a representative in Congress. And they vote for a representative in the Senate. And they vote every 4 years for a president. And this is the laws that they voted for. So, again, this is the word of the American people and the voters. And if you want it any other way, you need to go out there and vote differently. But you don't, apparently, up to now. Americans, see, for me, I understand why that's granted. You see what I mean? I understand why that's granted, because some of these people live in areas of the country just like most Americans do, that are rural areas, and you know, there's not a lot of police. You don't want police in your towns, right? So, you know, you have issues of security and things like that that have to be taken into account, and in other areas. But in general, this is the law that you got right now. Now, let me put the statutes. Let me see. Let me put the statutes in here. What this means, right? Once you have asylum or refugee status, you are treated similarly to a lawful permanent resident or immigrant, for purposes of firearm eligibility under the federal law. Now, this is federal law. So again, this goes back to the people that you vote for in Congress, right? And in the Senate, in the houses. And these are your representatives. These are MAGA Mike Johnson's leadership. MAGA Mike Johnson could have brought this issue up since he doesn't like, foreigners or immigrants or asylum seekers to have rights. But MAGA Mike Johnson hasn't. You see, MAGA Mike Johnson hasn't done that so far. He could. He's got the microphone in the media every day of the week, but he hasn't. He hasn't done that. You see what I mean? So, and he's also the person that voted for the big, beautiful, ugly bill to cut your SNAP, to make your health care 3 and 4 times more expensive. I mean, but these are your representatives. And let me tell you, if you're not up on the law, if you're not paying attention and you're voting for these people, it's your fault. You can't blame somebody else. It's actually your own fault if you disagree. Now, that means unless some other disqualifier applies, i.e. criminal history. See, if they have a criminal history, they can't legally possess. But if they don't, if they're not a criminal, certain state law restrictions, etc., they don't even apply. Look, an asylee, right, can legally own or possess a firearm under federal law, just as the U.S. citizen law permanent residents could, right? However, state laws matter too. Some states impose extra requirements or restrictions for non-citizens, right? Even lawful non-citizens. So gun eligibility may also depend on the state where you live. But let's look at that though. What states? The restrictions, I mean, as it's sounding to me, it's not Washington State. I already looked that up. So we talked about that before. The restrictions that apply to non-immigrant visa holders, tourists, students, temporary workers, etc., do not apply once someone is granted asylum. He was granted asylum under the Trump administration, under Kristi Noam's leadership. But this has already been a practice before. But if someone merely applied for asylum and is still awaiting a decision, they have not yet been granted asylum and their status remains whatever it was before. So non-immigrant or unauthorized presence rules might still apply depending on how they entered the country. Okay, so let me see here. Pull up the exact federal laws that allow people who received asylum to possess a handgun. And I'm just saying handgun because they can possess all, but let's just start there. And you can take it further yourself with your own research. I'm not doing a program on gun laws, just only about gun laws. This is a segue off of the main point, right? Let's see here. Let me see here. Let me see here. I don't want guidelines. I just want the actual law. Here we go. Federal law prohibits firearm possession for non-immigrant visa holders, right? And unauthorized immigrants. Okay. So, because asylee refugees are not admitted under a non-immigrant visa. Do you understand the difference? Right? They are not automatically disqualified under that provision. Okay. So here is the law. Okay. Here we go. I don't know if all of this is going to fit in the chat, but I'm going to try to make it fit. Boom. There you go. You can go check it out. And you can check that out for yourself. Now, let me see. Is there one other law that goes hand in hand with this one? Let me just make sure here. Yeah. But this guy, he was given asylum, so it's very clear. Right. So there you have. You can go check that out. Now, in your state, there might be some different laws. Let me see. Yeah, there you go. I would recommend you start your journey there with that law, and also question your state, representatives also, but there it is. So people, and even so, let's be honest. American citizens have this same behavior. Like, they go around shooting people. American citizens go around. They pick up their gun when they get a divorce. They're picking up their gun when they lose their job and going out. They're picking up their gun going into schools because they had a dream about a tranny, right? They're doing all of this shit and shooting people. It's happening all over the place, and 4,000 Americans are murdered die of gun crimes of guns every month in the United States of America. 5,000 more are injured every month in the United States of America. So this is like one incident out of 10,000 that happen a month across the country. And most crime in America is not cross-racial. Most of the gun crime that's happening towards white Americans is happening from white Americans. And it's the same throughout the country. I'm only saying it that way because that's the majority population, but it's the same across all ethnic demographics. So, it's really just an issue of, do you care about guns, and people and safety, or do you only care when it's racialized, when it has a racial component or ethnic component? Like, do you only care about one, fairness when it comes to, let's say, white men? Or does that same fairness that you give white men apply to white women, black women, Hispanic women, Hispanic men, black men, Asian women, handicap, across sexual orientation? Does it apply? Since you're a taxpayer, should your taxes work the same way for you as the person you are? And should the same way that it works for the person you are, should it work for another person as the person they are? That's, those are conversations people need to have about fairness. Am I being fair? Do I want someone else to have the same rights as me, as I have? So, in any case, let's go back to Kristi Noam.
The Guards member who did pass. I do want to go back to this question, Madam Secretary. Do you know what the motive was at this point? Do you believe?
Oh, do me a favor. Click the like button, y'all. Appreciate it. Thank you. And subscribe if you haven't subscribed. If you're here, you may as well subscribe so you know when I'm online, even if you don't agree, right? I can see, I usually leave the chat open. Sometimes I make it just for subscribers. As a matter of fact, in a couple of minutes, I'm going to switch to subscriber mode. But subscribe. It takes usually 1 minute to get back in the chat if you're not subscribed, but I appreciate it. Thank you.
Leave the suspect acted alone?
If you do absolutely nothing, AI.
Here we go. Oh, I see somebody in the chat said he lives in Denmark. Yeah, actually I do. I'm an American citizen. For those of you that don't know, American citizen, born and raised in Washington, D.C. Family on both sides of my family go back to the colonial period in the United States. And I moved to Denmark as a grown ass man, right? Basically 30 years old. I moved. So I had already been traveling around in the U.S., outside of the U.S. before that, because I was dealing with music and things like that when I was younger, right? So I had the opportunity to not only live outside of the U.S., inside of the states, moved to live in New York, for example. Also, just as an American citizen, I've vacationed as a child, and in Appalachia, in the northern part of the country, northern Maine, Canada, vacation in southern part of the country, South Carolina, in the Carolinas. You know what I mean? I used to travel because of music too. So at one time I was a road manager for an artist, a pretty well-known reggae artist that comes out of Jamaica. So I was the guy that went around driving the van, you know what I'm saying, moving bags and shit like that, collecting money at venues, at a young age, at 21 years old. I was featured, some of my work and some of my homeboys are featured in this book by as you can see, Joseph Padicel and Roger Gassman right here. It's a book about subculture in Washington, D.C. So I would say I have deep roots in the United States of America. I'm a proud American, but I do live outside, and so that's what gives me that's what brings some slightly different perspective than what you might be used to when you're hearing political commentary. But one of the things that I do find is most important for Americans is that I notice within the legacy media, they don't actually talk about how the tax system works in other Western countries that Americans claim to be allies with. And so I found that quite interesting myself, because I've noticed that by living here, I've noticed that legacy media, they just allow politicians to lie about it openly, right? Call it something, they call other Western countries socialist, and that's not true. And someone just needs to tell you that's not actually what it is. And why? Because they have capitalist engines, meaning they make their money through selling stuff and trading things on the open market. You buy things for their value. If you think it has this value, you're allowed to pay more for it, or you're allowed to pay less if that's what you choose. But what's different is how the taxes collected from the private industry are spent. And again, I told you that inside of the United States also has these same socialist programs, but they don't extend all the way. Like, they don't extend to healthcare. They don't extend to education. They just are there with the socialist program, like the United States military and the government itself. Like, the government is paid for by every taxpayer. That's a socialist. That's not a private endeavor. The military is paid for 100% by taxpayers. That's not a private endeavor. That's a social endeavor. Same thing for NATO allies. The taxpayers pay for the military 100%. It's not privatized. The taxpayers pay for the government 100%. It's not privatized. But the taxes cover your health care and cover your education. In most. In Sweden, it doesn't cover all of your health care, but it does subsidize it. So one day in a hospital in Sweden is $10. I don't know if you know that. In Denmark, there is no dollar. You see? So I would really think that no matter if you support Trump or support Biden or a Democrat or a Republican or an independent, there's plenty of independents out there. I would really think that if you're really being genuine about the love you have for your country, that you would want to have an honest conversation about these things, no matter what your opinion is. At least be honest about it, right? That's the bare minimum that will be required, I would think, if you care for your country, But in any case, let's go back on that, Kristi, Noam, and honesty. Let's hear.
And back to this question, Madam Secretary, do you know what the motive was at this point? Do you believe the suspect acted alone?
We're still going through all of that information, and I'll let the FBI and DOJ reveal new information. But I will say we believe he was radicalized since he's been here in this country. We do believe it was through connections in his home community and state, and we're going to continue to talk to those who interacted with him, who were his family members, talk to them. So far, we've had some participation, but anyone who has information on this needs to know that we will be coming after you and we will bring you to justice. We absolutely will persecute you, because we do know that we will never allow this to continue to happen in our country. Allow individuals who came to our country that were unvetted by Joe Biden, allowed to run free and loose. We are going to bring them to justice and make sure that they're returned out of this country if they aren't here for the purposes of being an American.
I want to follow up with you. I mean, you say something very notable. You say he was radicalized here. This suspect, we should note, was a member of the CIA-trained strike force. According to former intelligence and military officials, he would have undergone extensive vetting during his tenure there and afterwards. It is worth noting Citizenship and Immigration Services, an agency which is a part of DHS approved the suspect's asylum application in April of this year. Why did the Trump administration grant the suspect asylum in April? Did you know then that he was moving toward radicalization?
Well, Kristen, you need to remember that when this abandonment of Afghanistan happened, the Biden administration put people on airplanes, brought them to the United States without vetting them. They brought them into our country and then said they would vet them afterwards. And then at that time, to do a good job of vetting people, you need to have cooperation of that government that is from their country. You have to have a stable government that will give you information, contacts, background information, and biometrics that you may need to identify that individual.
Okay, so you could see those of you that were here earlier. This is the same day, just different network. She's saying the exact same talking points, which we already went through. You know, if you were here earlier in the stream, you will know that. How many of you were here earlier in the stream when we covered these same talking points? Put a 1 in the chat if you were. Put a 2 in the chat if you weren't. Okay. Yeah. And then, you know, because if you weren't, I can easily bring up the same information. It's still here that shows that she's clearly lying, you know, and that this is just like talking points. It's nothing new. It's verbatim the exact same responses, which is really, really odd. Okay. Brian Clemens, you weren't here. Okay. So let me go back then. Let me just go back to this one then. No problem. Because it's a really clear question of vetting process, you know, and that can be researched. Anybody can pick it up. It's not it's nothing complicated to do. But let's go back here and just review. Let me see here. Now, for those of you that want to know, first of all, Kristi Noam was appointed in January 25th, 2025. So she was the director when the man was given asylum. All right. When he was given asylum, he was basically given the license to possess a gun, to be honest with you, that handgun also. Right. But and even there's some other people that can even get it before this part. In case you don't know, you need to look it up again, because your elected officials have decided this. Like the same people that voted for this big, beautiful, ugly bill, because they didn't need any Democrats to do it. These are the same people that know that this law exists, and just didn't talk about it, you know? So let's go back. Here we go. Background checks. Right. Let's see here. Where are we going here? Yes. Boop, boop, boom. Okay. Did the Afghan immigrants that came to the U.S. after the fall of Kabul, were they vetted in third-party nations before coming into the U.S.? How was it done, and what was the process? Okay. Now, yes, Afghan evacuees who arrived in the U.S. after the fall of Kabul in August 2021 underwent vetting process before entering the United States. And much of this was done in third-party countries. Much of it. Not all, but much. That's something to pay attention to. However, we get to that shortly. Watch. Run the facilities. Here's a detailed breakdown of how it worked. Context. After the Taliban took Kabul in August 2021, by the way, this was negotiated by President Trump. The Taliban were considered terrorists. This is who the U.S. forces were fighting against. A lot of American forces died fighting them. The same people that were fighting with the American forces, these are the people that, were allowed status. This is the reasoning by allowing people to come from Afghanistan, because they would be killed if they were not allowed. So that would be tantamount to murder, leaving them there. Some of you are okay with that. After the Taliban I'm not though, by the way. So anybody that's listening to me anywhere in the world, no matter what country you come from, I don't agree with that bullshit. You need to let people come. If they're fighting with us, you need to let them come, especially if they're in danger, if their life is in danger. Okay, I'm just being clear. And by the way, I'm not saying that, we're all equals on this earth. We all need to learn how to deal with each other. as equals, at least when it comes to being straight up and honest with each other, regardless of our differences. How we even do that makes a big difference in the outcome. If you're willing to do that, I just call that being a stand-up man. I mean, I like to walk myself around the globe and be giving respect to other people and demand respect in return. But I know in a lot of places, if you don't bring some respect, you ain't going to get none either. And I know this through traveling and also living in the U.S. I know it from both sides, you see? So I know it pretty well. After the Taliban took Kabul in August 2021, the U.S. conducted a massive airlift, Operations Allies Refuge, to evacuate Afghan nationals who had worked with the U.S. forces, the government, NGOs, and others at risk. Tens of thousands of Afghans were flown into the U.S. and to temporary processing sites in third countries. Now, notice, she doesn't mention anything about this third country part. She just says there was no vetting, but we're going to get to the vetting process. But she and the vetting process for everybody. But she doesn't mention any of this. She just says, you saw what happened. He just let them on planes. He just let them on planes here. Yeah, let them on planes. But a lot of them didn't go to the U.S. at all. And all of them aren't the same. There's different groups of them based on their status, based on their job, based on other criteria. By the way, if you're working with the CIA already in Afghanistan, you've already gone through these checks. Even before you left, you can't even work with them if they don't know who the hell you are. They're going to find out who you are, by the way, and they're going to find out by also interviewing you and also sharing information with other governments that do intelligence on the same people as well. That's what's going on here. Third-party staging process in countries. Before arriving in the U.S., many Afghans were flown to the U.S., controlled or allied bases outside of Afghanistan. I'm sure if some of you that were in the military that are listening, I'm sure some of you that were in these countries, you heard about this. You may have even played a part in it. Qatar is one of these nations. Germany is one of these nations. Kuwait is one of these nations. And other locations in Europe like Spain, Italy, Poland for transit purposes. Okay? These bases function as interim processing hubs where the U.S. authorities could begin vetting procedures. You notice the word vetting. And these ain't all of them because some of them already been vetted, you see, before this part. So initial vetting steps. At the staging sites, Afghans underwent several steps. Okay, let me see here. Biographical data. Collection identity, documents, family information, and work history, especially U.S. government or military ties. Some of those people had U.S. government and military ties. Digital photos and fingerprints, right? Security screening conducted by FBI, Department of Homeland Security, DHS, that's her department, and Department of Defense, DOD personnel, right? So they conducted these. FBI conducted these interviews. DHS, Department of Homeland Security, conducted these interviews. Department of, DOD? Department of Defense, right? Sorry about that. Conducted these interviews. These interviews, of course, she lied about this in the interview before. I don't know what she's about to say here, but she said there was no biometric. Wrong. There was biometric, included biometric checks against U.S. and international terrorist databases, right? Other information collected by other nations in a terrorist database. Yeah, it's about as comprehensive as it gets on Earth. TIDE watch list, right? Review any of criminal history and Taliban affiliations. Exactly. They want to know who you're affiliated with in advance because, by the way, in case you don't know, there's different groups of Afghans. And there's different people that speak different languages. Did you know that? Different cultures of people. Just to make sure people understand that. But you don't take my advice. Go out there and do your own due diligence. Medical screening. This includes medical screening, vaccinations, COVID-19 tests, and general health checks. I mean, can you imagine going through all of this? And then somebody wants to give you a shot? But this is what's going on as part of the process to make sure that you're safe to American citizens. You know, you got to get a jab in your arm. Think about a lot of American citizens that voted for Trump didn't even want this shit. They were like, I don't take a COVID. That's because Trump went out there and was literally telling people to drink Clorox. You can drink Clorox, man, or something like that. You can drink some shit that you find under everybody's shelf and just drink that. I heard that does well. Just sit under some light. No. These people had to take that COVID test. They're not like you Americans, okay? Some of y'all didn't want to get it, right? Some of you didn't get it. How many Americans died of COVID? Interviews. U.S. officers conducted interviews to verify eligibility, special immigrant visas, SIVs, okay, parole programs, or humanitarian admissions. They asked about threats from the Taliban, personal history, and eligibility criteria. U.S. admission process. Once initial screening was complete, Afghans were either paroled into U.S. under humanitarian parole, temporary status, typically for 2 years. That's temporary status. So now that's parole. You don't have asylum yet. You're not granted it yet. It's temporary. Okay. Admitted under special immigrant visas, SIV programs, more permanent. So this is a separate group. This group, some of these people have more permanent for interpreters, embassy staff, and certain NGO workers. See, it's not the same for everybody. It's more comprehensive than she led on to. She just said some whole other bullshit. She didn't want to tell you this part. Before boarding flights to the U.S., further checks were done. Advanced watch list checks updated. So they were done again. The advanced, they checked again to make sure if any other information came after that first check. She didn't mention that. Okay. Document verification. Okay. SIV approvals or parole. So they verified this a second time. Flight approval, only cleared evacuees were placed. You see? So only the people that had this shit done twice could get on the plane to the U.S. We're talking about the ones that went to third party countries, right? Or second party countries. Okay. On arrival in the U.S., even after arriving, Afghan evacuees underwent secondary screening by U.S. Customs and Border Protection, CBP, and DHS. So this is another level of security. Final security vetting, biometrics confirmed. So these people had their biometrics confirmed. She said there was no biometrics, so she lied. Assessment of refugee, or she doesn't know herself and is just talking shit. Assignment of refugee parole status, right? It was given. Transfer to resettlement agencies for housing benefits and integration benefits. Here we go. Challenges. I mean, I'm pretty sure this is a similar thing that was going on with Ukraine, I think, but Ukraine was after that. You see what I'm saying? So the Afghanistan was early. This put a lot of pressure on Americans, actually, But, you get better at things when you go along. But in any case, challenges and notes. Some evacuees were cleared quickly due to prior SIV approvals. Do you see that? Some evacuees were cleared quickly due to prior ones. Others faced delays. Oh, you mean they delayed some people? That sounds like some extensive vetting going on. Extra precaution. Others faced delays due to delays of weeks due to incomplete records or security concerns. So the U.S. had to balance speed of evacuation with national security, leading to some temporary shortcuts in vetting at the initial stage with more thorough checks continuing afterward. Okay. Unlike traditional refugee vetting, which can take months or years, right? This process was expedited leveraging existing SIV and U.S. intelligence data, right? They have more government agencies working on this, in other words, prioritizing it because it's an emergency, okay? Or it's considered something that can't take as long as, in terms of the direness, the life and death situation they were facing, right? So in short, yes, Afghan evacuees were vetted in third-party countries, primarily at U.S. or allied military bases through a combination of biometrics, document checks, security screenings, and interviews. Before being allowed to board flights to the U.S., additional checks continued upon arrival. Okay. So then provide me all the sources of your information. Right. Here we go. So key sources in the vetting process. This is the key sources that you just heard. U.S. Department of Homeland Security, DHS, overview of vetting under Operation Allies Welcome, OAW, screening in third country hubs, biometrics, biographic data, security checks, and parole visa administration. So here, it's on their own website, the biometrics. So this is embarrassing because she just went on national TV and just quoted something different than was already there on her own website. And this was put in the chat. Here it is again. Let me put it up here. Let me say, copy the link. Let me put it back here. In the chat. Boom. So people, if they didn't get it the first time, here you go. Right now, let's go to the next link. U.S. lily pad transit agreement and overseas screening. From the White House document. There's the White House. 7,000 vulnerable This is their own website. 7,000 vulnerable Afghans. This is Trump's website. 7,000 vulnerable Afghans were evacuated to overseas Defense Department facilities for security screening, vetting, and vaccinations, and that the U.S. negotiated transit agreements with third world countries, Germany, Kuwait, Italy, Spain, UAE, among others. So let's take this one. Copy the link, put this in the chat again for people that want to know. Here we go. Boom. This is what's on the United States website. So you can do that if you want. Okay, let me see here. Oh, they didn't cut this off. I see. The Trump administration, they didn't cut that. They just shut it down. They don't want people to know. That's really interesting. Here's a third one. Human rights PDF. Let me copy this one. Copy links. Here we go. Boom. Right. Okay. So let's see here. Oh, hold on. I'm still putting the federal law one. Why didn't that copy? So I'm sorry about that. Hold on. I see what the issue is. Sorry about that. Copy link highlight. I was doing it wrong. I'm sorry about that. I gotta. Did you all tell me? Hold on. Here it is. Let me go back to the White House now. I see what I was doing. I was putting something in wrong. Okay. Copy. Let me see here. Paste. There we go. That's white. Oh, did it put more than the White House? Let me see. I'm gonna open it up from here and see if it opens. Oh, that's to the chat. Okay, so hold on. Let me go back. Let me go back here. Let me put this. Let me open the link. Oh, they cut that one. I see. Okay, so I think I put the right ones in. I see the White House has just cut them. So hold on. Now here's news reports from that time, right? Let's see here. Stars and Stripes. Okay. Boom. That's another here we go. Boom. There you go. That's Stars and Stripes. So now let me go down to the next one. Ramstein. This is German site for the German listeners. Copy the link to the highlight. Let me put this here. Is this coming in there? Yeah, you guys are getting it. If you just click on here, you will see the whole chat, and you will also see all the links, all the references. Let me do it like this too. Let me open this one up so you can see. See, there you go. Boom. In case you couldn't do it the other way, maybe for some reason. Here we are. There you go. Let me go back here. Let me go to Stars and Stripes. Open that up. Here we go. Boom, boom. Let me go back in now. Let me double check the Homeland Security one. See if they, because you can see the White House, they already cut their page. They're like, they don't want nobody to know nothing. So let me click this here. here we go. This one's active. So here we go. Just so everybody gets it, because I know how easy on the internet people can be. This is a conspiracy. That's AI. She's not really saying that. That's not really Kristi. No, man. She's fucking AI. You know what I'm saying? Like, so there you go. You have enough references to qualify that now, and you can move on. You can also do some research yourself. So here we go. Let's listen to the rest of her funny story.
And in biometrics that you may need to identify that individual, vetting people, brought them to the United States without.
Grant the suspect asylum in April. Did you know then that he was moving toward radicalization?
Well, Kristen, you need to remember that when this abandonment of Afghanistan happened, the Biden administration put people on airplanes, brought them to the United States without vetting them. They brought them into our country and then said they would vet them after.
Hold on for a second. I could see something went out here. Let me just fix this again. Oh, you could. Okay, here we go.
Afterwards. And remember.
In April of this year, why did the Trump administration grant the suspect asylum in April? Did you know then that he was?
Somebody asked, how about the ones that are hanging off the plane? So they get vetted. Every single person that made it alive. Some of the people died. I don't know if you saw some people actually die. Some people fell off. Some people were not let in. All the people didn't make it. Just to answer that question, they didn't. So I don't know if you know. I don't know who you are. I'm not here to assume anything about you. I let you know. Everybody know who I am, right? So, but there are some people that don't know, and some people are stupid, and some people need to be updated. And so there you have it. But at least you know I follow the chat sometimes. So, any other question? Or you just want to troll? Okay, I assume there's no other question. You know, I mean, you got to understand, most of my listeners are 35 years and above. Half of that is above 55. You know, I'm 55 years old. So, okay, yeah. So, well, I'm just going to ignore that person. I thought that was a serious person. So let's go on here.
Moving toward radicalization.
Well, Kristen, you need to remember that when this abandonment of Afghanistan happened, the Biden administration put people on airplanes, brought them to the United States without vetting them. They brought them into our country and then said they would vet them afterwards. And then at that time, to do a good job of vetting people, you need to have cooperation of that government that is from their country. You have to have a stable government that will give you information, contacts, background information, and biometrics that you may need to identify that individual, their dates of service. All of that vetting information was collected by Joe Biden's administration that was used and in the process. So President Trump, thankfully, has completely changed that. We are now using all social media content. We're going after what they have been doing with their contacts, their biometric data information we are collecting. Now, when we vet individuals under this administration, we know who they are, why they are here, and going through that. Unfortunately, this individual, that entire process happened under Joe Biden's watch.
Well, but just to be very clear, I want to go back to what happened on the Trump administration's watch. He was extensively vetted in order to serve alongside U.S. service members as a part of the CIA-trained strike force. But in terms of what happened on the Trump administration's watch, just to be very clear, what vetting did the Trump administration do before giving this suspect asylum?
Yeah, that's a very good question. And all right, here we go. Let's see. Yeah, let me see. 2 seconds. Yeah, you know, actually, there's no way. I mean, she's just busted. She's busted. And look, it's nothing wrong. Even if you're a Republican, it's nothing wrong with saying, yo, she ain't fucking good enough. I mean, that happens in government. There's plenty of people that are appointed to offices, no matter what administration, Democrat, Republican, or whatever, that fire representatives. It wouldn't be the first one Trump's fired. You know what I'm saying? That's the whole point. You have the right to fire. Congress has the right to impeach. The Senate has the right to impeach. And if she's got a job and she's not deserving or operates poorly, it's only those three parties that are guilty and the voters. The Congress needs to be impeaching her if she's not doing a good enough job. The Senate can do it. The White House can do it. So what you're seeing is a reflection of American politics. And the people that do that, the people that accept her as okay right now are the American people. That's who accept her. And if you don't want her, it's only on you to do something about it. You have to vote differently.
Into the country.
Did the Trump administration do before?
Or go out in the street and demand justice. If you can't wait for the vote, go out in the street and demand justice. But if you're happy with her, I would say, damn, you have a real low bar of professionalism and expectation for your tax dollars.
Giving this suspect asylum.
The vetting process, Kristen, happens when the person comes into the country, and Joe Biden completely did not vet any of these individuals, did not vet this individual, waited until he got into the United States, and then that application for asylum was opened under the Joe Biden administration when he was the president in the White House and allowed that to go forward with the information that they provided. That's the Biden administration's responsibility. This is the consequences of the dangerous situation he put our country in when he allowed those people to infiltrate our country during that abandonment of Afghanistan. And that's why I'm so grateful we have a president now that isn't going to allow it to happen, that he now has put in place measures under his watch at the Department of Homeland Security that we are bringing in new information on vetting, new information to use, such as what do they do on Facebook? What do they do on TikTok and other social media platforms? And who are they talking?
Yo, I don't know if you all noticed this. The people that have been watching, I'm talking about from the Meet the Press interview. This is now an NBC. This is different. This is not ABC anymore. You know, the first interview was ABC. That was Meet the Press. This is NBC, right? Two different people interviewing her. But she is answering the verbatim, the exact same exact points, the same statements. It's not even the same points. It's the same statements. Like, there's nothing that varies. This statement that she just said is there is no different. There is nothing different. It's almost like listening to a tape recorder. Like, seriously, this is fucking crazy. This is crazy.
Measures under the dangerous situation he for asylum was opened under the Joe Biden vetting process, Kristen.
Very clear. What vetting?
This answer she's about to give, it sounds exactly like the first answer she gave on Meet the Press. I'm saying that's not normal. That is not normal. That's actually doesn't happen. People can say, you can say things in many different ways. You may even be able to say the same things, but not exactly. I'm talking about the speech pattern, how it lines up, the time, the exact points, the exact words you use, the exact sentences. That is rare. That's rare, yo.
Did the Trump administration?
Yeah, she full of shit. Yo, she full of shit. Exactly who said that? She full of shit. She is full of shit. You know what I'm saying?
Do before giving this suspect asylum.
The vetting process, Kristen, happens when the person comes into the country, and Joe Biden completely did not vet any of these individuals, did not vet this individual, waited until he got into the United States, and then that application for asylum was opened under the Joe Biden administration when he was the president in the White House and allowed that to go forward with the information that they provided. That's the Biden administration's responsibility. This is the consequences of the dangerous situation he put our country in when he allowed those people to infiltrate our country during that abandonment of Afghanistan. And that's why I'm so grateful we have a president now that isn't going to allow it to happen, that he now has put in place measures under his watch at the Department of Homeland Security that we are bringing in new information on vetting, new information to use.
Now,
such
hold
as
on. I don't know if y'all heard that. She said something different this time. which is really, really interesting. She said it was the abandonment of Afghanistan, as if she would have done it differently, even though it's Trump. He's the one who negotiated the terms with the terrorist group. Let's go back. That is the new one. So that's interesting. She didn't say that before on Meet the Press.
He allowed those people,
and I believe this is the same day
that they provided. That's the Biden administration's responsibility. This is the consequences of the dangerous situation he put our country in when he allowed those people to infiltrate our country during that abandonment of Afghanistan.
You see that? So she considers what Joe Biden did an abandonment of Afghanistan. So how many of you Trump supporters believe that that was an abandonment of Afghanistan? If I'm only talking to Trump supporters now, well, I'll put it to you this way. Only Trump supporters, because it's specific to you all, right? We can qualify it differently for Dems or others after, right? So Trump supporters, if you believe that this was an abandonment of Afghanistan, put a 1 in the chat. If you believe it was an abandonment, put a 1 in the chat. If you don't, put a 2 in the chat. Let's just see how that works. And I'm going to play this back. 1 in the chat if you believe Kristi Noam's statement that it was an abandonment of Afghanistan. Put a 2 in the chat if you don't.
And that's why I'm so grateful we have a president of the dangerous situation he put our country in when he allowed those people to infiltrate our country during that abandonment of Afghanistan. To infiltrate our country during that abandonment of Afghanistan. To infiltrate our country during that abandonment of Afghanistan.
So, was it an abandonment of Afghanistan? If you agree, 1 in the chat if you're a MAGA supporter or Trump supporter. Put a 2 in the chat if you're a Trump supporter and you don't agree with her statement. So far, it doesn't seem like it's too many MAGA people in the chat anymore. They disappeared. I wonder why that is. Put a 1 in the chat for the MAGA people, because there's a whole lot in the damn chat. Click the like button too, by the way. If you haven't clicked the like button, it helps more get to the stream. This is a good stream today. If you're a MAGA supporter, I know everybody that's not a MAGA supporter is laughing right now because they got silent as hell. The chat just like, if you agree with Kristi Noam's statement that it was an abandonment of Afghanistan, put a 1 in the chat if you're a MAGA supporter. If you disagree and you're a MAGA supporter, put a 2 in the chat.
To infiltrate our country during that abandonment of Afghanistan.
Abandonment of Afghanistan. During the abandonment of Afghanistan. So did the United States abandon Afghanistan, MAGA supporters? Is that true? Put a 1 in the chat, MAGA supporters. Damn, these goddamn trolls just disappeared, man. Where the hell y'all at? 1 in the chat, MAGA supporters, Trump supporters. If you believe the United States abandoned Afghanistan, put a 2 in the chat if you don't. What the? Is something wrong with me? Is my chat not working all of a sudden? I'm not seeing. What's going on? This is amazing. Something happened? The chat is not in subscriber mode. Let me check. God, what the heck? No, anyone can get in the chat. It just stopped. Is the chat working? Let me just type something in here. Let me just type. Oh, okay. There's a 1. So Jason, I see. Finally, Jason says hello. Jason got an answer. There's nobody else that answered. None of these MAGA people answered. Okay. So okay. So let me see. You agree that it was an abandonment of Afghanistan. Is that what I'm getting right? There's not one MAGA supporter that doesn't think this was an abandonment of Afghanistan. So I'm not understanding this because, yeah, she is a damn tool. She's a damn tool. I'm not understanding this because, to me, it sounded like you didn't want Trump is the one who signed the agreement. Trump is the one who signed the agreement to allow U.S. forces to leave, not Biden. Trump was the one saying that they should leave before Biden took office. So that means you agree with Biden? Is that what that means? You agree that Biden pulled them out, but he abandoned them? Is that what you're trying to say? Like, what else was he supposed to do? Stay? Is he supposed to stay? Was Biden supposed to say, no, I disagree with Trump. We're going to stay. You know, you see? So actually, you may not want to admit it, you goddamn trolls, but everybody else, welcome back to the conversation. Liberals, Dems, independent people with your brain screwed on, right? You heard she slipped. That was a slip of the goddamn tongue. That's what you heard. And no, you MAGA people weren't saying that last year. You were like, bring them home. You better fucking bring them home. Who cares if they die? That's what you MAGA people are saying every goddamn day. Who cares if they fell off the goddamn airplane? Who cares if they get killed in fucking Afghanistan? That's what you fucking said. You said, let them be fucking murdered. That's what you fucking said, you maggots. That's what you fucking said. Just own up to it, you pieces of shit. Let's listen to her again.
Responsibility. This is the consequences of the dangerous situation he put our country in when he allowed those people to infiltrate our country during that abandonment of Afghanistan.
She said that we abandoned Afghanistan. And it's you actual maggots that were saying we don't give a fuck if they die. Many of you were saying they're Muslims. They should fucking die. Okay, that's what a lot of you are fucking saying. Just be honest about it. You are some bigots. You're some fucking bigots, and you're going to stand on it. You're not going to back out now. You're not going to back out now. Same thing you were talking about Mondami becoming the president becoming the mayor of New York. It's going to be the end of New York. You let a terrorist. He did this. He's a Muslim. Same fucking shit. Same fucking shit. You know? Same goddamn. You all went out there and sponsored a goddamn bill to be against socialism. What the fuck does that have to do with anything going on today? Like, did you even read the bill? They talk about Mao Zedong in China. They talking about goddamn North Vietnam and shit. What the fuck that got to do with universal health care and goddamn education? What the fuck? Nothing about no NATO nation and universal health care and education in that Stop Socialism bill at all. You know? What the fuck?
That's why I'm so grateful. We have
anyway, let's
dangerous situation
continue.
He put our country in when he allowed those people to infiltrate our country during that abandonment of Afghanistan. And that's why I'm so grateful. We have a president now that isn't going to allow it to happen, that he now has put in place measures under his watch at the Department of Homeland Security that we are bringing in new information on vetting, new information to use, such as what do they do on Facebook? What do they do on TikTok and other social media platforms? And who are they talking to? Who are their conversations?
What the fuck is new about examining TikTok? It's social media platforms. What's wrong with this lady? What's wrong with her? Is that new? What the fuck? This lady's out of her goddamn mind. She just said we're going to do things new, such as examining their TikTok and Facebook. Hello? What is wrong with this goddamn lady? What's wrong with her? Goddamn, did I really even hear her say that? Let me just bring this back. I'm sorry. We're going to move on to something else. But she's full of cap. She is full of cap. This is easily, obviously, some dumb shit she just said. A total goddamn lie.
Put in place measures under his watch at the Department of Homeland Security that we are bringing in new information on vetting, new information to use, such as what do they do on Facebook? What do they do on TikTok and other social?
Yo, well, how much did they pay? You know what I'm saying? They're gonna. I mean, who got the contract to watch their Facebook? It's like, what the fuck? She don't know that they're already doing that. Like, what the fuck, yo? What is wrong with her? What is wrong with her? What's going on? Again, these are the same people here. We watch this shit. Everybody, look, every senator and every governor in the country watched this interview. Every one of them watched this interview. Every one of them. The president watched this interview. Every single one of them. Every single person that was in the military, that was in the military during this period, this transition out of Afghanistan, every single one of them pretty much saw this interview. Are these the standards? I mean, are these the goddamn standards? Really? Because if these are your standards, you really are on some self-destruction shit. Like, you know, straight up. Like, this is guaranteed to equal in self-destruction. Like, you know, really, this is some bullshit. This is a very low bar. I mean, who's she talking to? Kindergarten people or something?
Social media platforms. And who are they talking to? Who are their conversations with? And we use their biometric data information now.
Oh, really? They took biometric data information already from all of them. All of them. All of them. All of them. Would it again? She's doubling down on a lie.
Track to make sure they are who they say they are.
Yeah, send her ass to Afghanistan. Thank you. Who said that? Who said that? Yeah, what the hell? I'm sorry. Kugel King Pro Groy. Okay, yeah, okay. Yeah, send her ass to Afghanistan. They don't want her. Nah, I don't even want to send her to Afghanistan. She might fuck it up even more. Like, seriously, you know what I'm saying? She might. I don't think anybody want her. The good Afghanis or the bad ones. You know, the liberals or the conservatives. Like this lady's a numbskull. This is worse. This is worse. I mean, I'm almost thinking, you know, somebody should do a comedy sketch like her as a terrorist and just the other terrorists having to deal with her ass as a leader. Like, God damn, is this lady fucking dumb? Even the terrorists, though, they would be like, she doesn't know we already look at Facebook. It's like, what the fuck? This is crazy. Even a terrorist wouldn't want her. Like, seriously, you can't achieve anything with this. You can't. Are you crazy? The people that did 9/11, they were way more serious about vetting than she is. You know what I'm saying? I'm serious, man. Damn.
The right intentions.
And we are going to talk about some of the steps the president is taking, but I just want to be very clear about this because his asylum was approved in April of this year on the Trump administration's watch. So just to be very clear, was there a vetting process in place to approve that asylum request?
Yeah, the vetting process all happened under Joe Biden's administration.
But was he vetted when he was granted asylum? Are you saying he wasn't vetted when he was granted asylum?
Vetting is happening when they come into the country, and that was completely abandoned under Joe Biden's administration.
That sentence doesn't make any goddamn sense. This sentence is even, as far as a construct. Listen to her sentence, just right here. There's nothing. She says half of the sentence, and then in the second half, she rips up everything in the first part. Look,
vetting is happening when they come into the country, and that was completely abandoned under Joe Biden's administration. That's the irresponsibility that has completely devastated our country.
She's saying that the vetting happened only when they first came into the country, and that was abandoned under the Biden administration.
They come into the country, and that was completely abandoned under Joe Biden's administration.
So that doesn't make any sense. First of all, they were vetted, all of them. Secondly, even if you're talking about the ones that didn't get, if there was a case where anyone wasn't vetted, She's saying that when they did come to the U.S. and they weren't vetted, right, Biden abandoned any vetting. That's what she just said.
Vetted when he was granted asylum?
Vetting is happening when they come into the country, and that was completely abandoned under Joe Biden's administration. That's the irresponsibility that is abandoned. Vetting is happening when they come into the country, and that was completely abandoned under Joe Biden's administration.
Vetting was happening when they first got into the country, and that was completely abandoned. All right. So, in any way, I'm gonna let it play now. I just wanted to make sure.
That's the irresponsibility that has completely devastated our country, Kristen, put us in such a dangerous position. I don't think people realized when Joe Biden was in the White House exactly how he was allowing our country to be infiltrated with people that we didn't know who they were. Some of them we did know were dangerous, and we went after as soon as they came into this country. But under this program, we could have up to 100,000 people that came.
You can hear them trying to cut her off, because this is just what she's doing is just filibuster. She's just grandstanding here. It's nothing pertinent to the question that they ask, but she has to go into brainwash mode. Like, I have to repeat these few lines. And don't get me wrong. You can win a battle. You can lose the war. So if your idea of winning the war is by just lying to people and repeating the lies, I'm going to tell people, no. American people need to demand better no matter what political party you're from, no matter any of that. You deserve to be told the truth by the people you pay taxes to. Not repeated lies. Not just have a person that says, I'm going to take every opportunity to just repeat a lie. Repeat the same thing, even when I wasn't even asked to. It's like, now I'm going to say this thing again. It's like, seriously, if you want to be treated better, you're going to have that low bar be raised a little bit, because this is below that bar. You cannot be treated fairly. You cannot expect something good to come from this engagement here. There's nothing here that has anything to do with the taxpayer dollars. You're paying her, but she's not doing her job. Because even if you don't agree with her policy recommendations or Trump's policy recommendations, you should still want her to tell the truth when she's going out to the media and talking to the public, talking to you.
That's the irresponsibility that has completely devastated our country, Kristen, put us in such a dangerous position. I don't think people realized when Joe Biden was in the White House exactly how he was allowing our country to be infiltrated with people that we didn't know who they were. Some of them we did know were dangerous, and we went after as soon as they came into this country. But under this program, we could have up to 100,000 people that came in from Afghanistan that may be here to do us harm. And President Trump is absolutely dedicated to getting them out of our country.
Well, I'm just going to tell for people that don't know. Now, the Afghanis don't wish these Afghanistan people don't wish Americans any harm. And to be honest, I don't even think the other ones are really caught up on that. They might have been drawn into something because of other groups of people that interacted with them. But the ones that came to the U.S., they don't wish the U.S. any harm. They see the point. They like their children going to school for a change. They like the fact that their daughters can go to school for a first time. They like the fact that their wives can also have freedom to make decisions, have a job, things like that. That's why they're there, right? And they understood the stakes. And what they're expecting from the U.S. is the bare minimum. The bare minimum. Just hold up the deal. Just the hold up the idea that if we stand together, you won't abandon. And she let it slip. She let it slip through her mouth. She let this thing about, she said the U.S. abandoned Afghanistan. That is what she said. That's the first time I've ever heard any Trump supporter saying that. Right? That's news. But she did say that. Now let's hear it again.
That asylum request.
Yeah, the vetting process all happened under Joe Biden's administration.
But was he vetted when he was granted asylum? Are you saying he wasn't vetted when he was granted asylum?
Vetting is happening when they come into the country, and that was completely abandoned under Joe Biden's administration. That's the irresponsibility that has completely devastated our country, Kristen, put us in such a dangerous position. I don't think people realized when Joe Biden was in the White House exactly how he was allowing our country to be infiltrated with people that we didn't know who they were. Some of them we did know were dangerous, and we went after as soon as they came into this country. But under this program, we could have up to 100 or asylum was opened under the Joe Biden administration when he was the president in the White House and allowed that to go forward with the information that they provided. Changed that. We are now using all social media content. We're going after.
Here it is.
Well, Kristen, you need to remember that when this abandonment of Afghanistan happened.
You hear that? So there it is. Everybody agrees. She said, and for some of you that's just coming in, or haven't, here it is. She said that the U.S. abandoned Afghanistan, and I noticed a lot of these people didn't want to participate when asked if you're a Republican, if you're a Trump supporter, is that true? Did the U.S. abandon Afghanistan? So I'm going to ask again. If the U.S. abandoned Afghanistan and you're a Trump supporter, if you believe that, if you agree with Kristi Noam, put a 1 in the chat. If you disagree, put a 2 in the chat. This question is only for MAGA supporters. Put a 1 in the chat, MAGA supporter, if the United States abandoned Afghanistan. Put a 2 in the chat if they didn't. You don't have to vote twice, man. Come on. But in any case, go ahead. No worries. You do what you want. Smag or not now, answer the question. 1 or 2? I mean, if you're a MAGA supporter. She just said the U.S. abandoned Afghanistan. See, this is the second thing that's happening, because I notice this always happens when you ask these MAGA people a straight up question. Like, they don't want to comment. They stop the comments, Do you agree with Kristi Noam? Here, let me bring this statement back. I'm going to replay it.
Radicalization.
Well, Kristen, you need to remember that when this abandonment of Afghanistan happened, the Biden administration put people on airplanes.
When this abandonment of Afghanistan happened. So is she correct? Did the U.S. abandon Afghanistan? Okay, forget it. I'm going to ask everybody. You don't have to be a Trump supporter anymore. I'm going to ask everybody. No matter who you are, you can be a Democrat, you could be an independent, you could be a liberal, you could be a conservative, you could be a Trump supporter, a MAGA person, or you could be a Mandami person, or you could be a who else? Obama person. Let's say it like that, just so everyone understands. No matter what political affiliation you have, do you agree with her statement? Did the U.S. abandon Afghanistan in pulling out? If the U.S. abandoned Afghanistan, put a 1 in the chat. If they didn't, put a 2 in the chat. I think we did it. We abandoned them. I mean, in hindsight, look at what she's talking about too. In hindsight, if she wants to throw this abandonment thing out, then what is she doing? If Biden abandoned Afghanistan, then what the fuck is she doing? She's abandoning Afghanistanians too. Okay, I get your point now. And if you think it's more complex than that, 3. Put a 3 in the chat if you think it's more complex. I think it's more complex, right? I don't agree with her, and I think it's more complex. All right. So, if you don't agree with her and you think it's more complex, put a 3. You could put a 3 in there. I get it. I see the issue with that. Now, I definitely think that she's full of shit. Everything she says, it brings you back to, it only brings up more questions like this one now. Like, damn, we have to consider, if we did abandon Afghanistan and pulling out, even if you do agree with her, no matter if you're Dem, no matter if you're Republican, the next question is, okay, if that's your perspective, then what the fuck are you doing now, lady? Are you not abandoning the Afghanis that were allowed? That makes no sense. Like, she's saying we abandoned Afghanistan, and then now she's abandoning the ones that escaped. Like, what? This is crazy. This is crazy. This is nutty. And this is what they're sending out there on TV to represent the people. This is your tax dollars. Trump, Vance, the Republican voters, the Republican Congress, Senate, this is what they think you deserve. This is what they think you deserve. And this is what you got. And until you solve that problem as American people voting or protesting, demanding better and voting them out when given an opportunity, this is what you're going to get. Because don't you find it strange that Trump has never really come after her and been like, he's about to get rid of Cash Patel. I think Bondi's going before her. But what is it? Is it just because she know how to play this Barbie doll thing and just only agree with Trump and be an imbecile? Is that what he likes about her? I never heard him say he got her 2 goddamn planes. I mean,
well, Kristen, you need to remember that.
Anyway, enough of her. So let's get on. Trump, he's an imbecile, right? And he threw out some words, right? And he talked about Somalis in Minnesota. Big up to the Somali populations out there all over the world, by the way. For people that don't know, Somalia is located on the east coast of Africa on the Horn. It is the Horn of Africa pretty much. And so in the, ancient, not even ancient world, but if you want to say ancient, that's like, 2,000 years ago, 3,000 years ago, Punt, the land of Punt, in relation to Egypt. And this kind of thing, they were a significant empire at that time. But in history, they played a different role in African history and in you could say regional history on the Red Sea. That including what is the country that's south of Saudi Arabia? I forget the country. If any of you guys remember. But in any case, damn, I have to pull the map up. I'm sorry, but there is some history there too, ancient history between those nations that kind of crosses over right now. Matter of fact, wait a second. Let me make sure I give this country some props here. I don't want to just leave that out so easily, actually, because I would have known this, but sometimes I also forget as well. So let me just let me look that up. Pull it up on the screen real quick. Is this is the map I want? Can y'all see this? Okay. No, you can't. Hold on. Let me go. Now let me just go back to this so I can pull it up. Boom. It's actually good to take the time to pull up a map when talking about people, and this kind of thing, because you can always learn something else about a group of people. It's never too late to do that. So let me pull it up over here. It may not be relevant to everybody, but for me, it's kind of relevant actually. I like to cover things as thorough as possible. So here you go. So you can see this is Somalia right here on the Horn, right? And this is across from Yemen. Yeah. So that's what I wanted to. It's a neighbor to Djibouti, Ethiopia, Kenya, right? But here you could see when it comes to Djibouti, this used to be part of Somalia. I mean, there's Somali speaking people that are in Ethiopia also. Some, as you know, there's still somewhat of a disagreement because some ethnic Ethiopians are Somali speakers. So that would be Somali and, yeah, Djibouti also, they speak same language, right? So Eritrea is a little different, but they're neighbors too. They're also known. So you could say Abyssinia, right? Right. Abyssinia is what we're talking about. And early on, they had some early Islamic leaders that are known from Somalia in this region. Also Eritrea, also Djibouti, and Christian. If you know in the history of Christianity and Islam. If you study the Bible, you will know that there's some stories in the Bible that speak about this. You know, the early prophet of Islam, right, coming to Ethiopia right now. In that time, they're talking about Abyssinia, so it's not the borders today that you see. Oh, right, you guys can't see this, right? It's not. Oh, you can see it. Yeah, it's not the borders right here that they're talking about. They're talking about this entire region. You see? So, having said that, let's get up out of here. He was talking about Somalis in yeah, sadly enough, he was talking about Somalis in Minnesota, and then he made some disparaging comments. So let's go to that.
Welcome back, and joining me now is Democratic Governor Tim Walz of Minnesota. Governor Walz, welcome back to Meet the Press.
Good to be with you, Kristen. Thanks for having me.
It's great to have you. Thanks you so much for being here. I do want to start with the tragic shooting of the two National Guard service members. In the aftermath of the shooting, as you know, President Trump has responded by vowing to crack down on refugees, including from countries beyond Afghanistan, specifically targeting the Somali community in your home state. He also described you using a slur widely regarded as derogatory toward people with intellectual disabilities. I want to read for you what he said, Governor, and get your reaction on the other side. He said, hundreds of thousands of refugees from Somalia are completely taking over the once great state of Minnesota. Somalian gangs are roving the streets looking for prey as our wonderful people stay locked in their apartments and houses, hoping against hope they'll be left alone. The seriously blank governor of Minnesota, Tim Walz, does nothing either through fear, incompetence, or both. What is your response to President Trump, Governor?
Så det aller sidste chance for...
There's somebody that's put in the chat, this is your guy. They made some comment about Tim Walz and then said, this is your guy, like that kind of thing. No, Tim Walz is not my guy, to be honest with you. And if you don't know, I'm an American citizen, born and raised in Washington, D.C. I'm 55 years old. So when I was born in a hospital called Freedman's Hospital. So if you know anything about D.C., you kind of know that time period. My family on both sides goes back to the colonial period of the United States, but I live outside of the U.S. And I'm also concerned about my country. And so none of these people I would consider my guy or my gals. Zero. Not a Democrat, not Republican, not independent, because I'm in it in a more serious way. You know, I'm willing to criticize any individual or give credit to any individual. I'm willing to acknowledge anything that's real. And so right now, whether you like Tim Walz or not, regardless of you and your belief in his political views, the context of this conversation is about the statements that Trump made. So that's what I want to hear. Now, I want to hear them not because I agree with Trump and not because I disagree with Trump, because I want to be aware. That's why. So here we go. Again, also, ABC, they're not my guys. They're not my girls. Fox News is not my guy or my girls. No, I don't know any of them personally. Never met any of them. All right. So, nah, it's not like that. Yeah, but I do vote over here too locally in the local elections. And we just voted a couple of weeks ago. And the party that I voted for, they got more votes again in this region, in the capital region. And I vote for them because, you know, they're for families. Yeah, they're for students. Yeah. And therefore, basically, you know, business too, you know what I mean? And a lot of different things, but they're very well known. It's Ian Hill's List. That's who I voted for this year. I don't always vote for them, but that's who I voted for them this year in Copenhagen, a party called Ian Hill's List. So here you have it. None of these people are my guys or my girls. Ian Hill's List are not my guys or my girls. You know, Obama's not my guy. Kamala Harris is not my guy or gal. Trump is not my guy. Nah, for me, it's all about business. You know what I mean? And any of them can get fired at any time, as far as I'm concerned. But then again, in the country I live in, my kids get paid a stipend to go to higher education, to university, technical school. I consider that a good thing. Everybody here has universal health care. And if the public hospital or doctor can't deal with it, then the same money goes to the private doctor. It's covered by the same universal health care program. So I'm for those things. And if that's things that Chris Walz are for, or Kamala Harris is for, or even if Trump was for those things, I would vote for him. But he's not. I might vote for him, but he's not for those things. So to me, it's about the issues. It's not really the person so much, unless they're a criminal. But,
Of the National Guard.
I digress, because the U.S. has a criminal president. So
And that's, they're out there doing their duty. They serve us. As a commander-in-chief of the National Guard and someone who served, we have a responsibility to put them in a position where they're protected and they have a clear mission. And so I would express my condolences there. Look, Donald Trump insulting me is a badge of honor for me, but I think we all know, both as an educator for a couple decades and as a parent, using that term is just so damaging. It's hurtful. We have fought 3 decades to get this out of our schools. Kids know better than to use it. But look, this is what Donald Trump has done. He's normalized this type of hateful behavior and this type of language. And mainly, look, at first, I think it's just because he's not a good human being. But secondly, to distract from his incompetency. We know we just came through a Thanksgiving where prices are up. We know people are concerned about heating their homes as we're experiencing blizzards out here at the same time he's cutting those programs. So, look, we cannot allow this to be normalized. The people who, Trump is, like this is language police, you guys are woke. Many times it's just about being decent to people and making them feel included. You can use that word, sure, you can use that language, but you shouldn't. And that's something that Donald Trump fails to realize. But again, Kristen, this is cruelness, this is meanness. It's aimed at a broader community. And as far as demonizing our Somali community, maybe he could help us on some things. Demonizing an entire community, folks who are in the professions, educators, artists, doctors, lawyers, entrepreneurs, they bring the diversity and the energy to a place like Minnesota. And for him to just randomly decide to do this,
that's it. They voted against themselves. That's crazy, right? Isn't it crazy? That's the people that voted for Trump, they voted against themselves, and they just are slow at figuring that out. And it's interesting how they could use the word retard so easily.
It makes no sense. Do your job. Get the criminals out, secure our border, but do it with dignity and respect to the American tradition of respecting immigrants and refugees as a beacon of hope.
Well, speaking of the Somali community, President Trump is targeting them and your state in part. He's citing fraud as the reason for his crackdown. Dozens of people of East African descent have been charged, convicted, and sentenced for stealing more than $1 billion in taxpayer money from government programs during COVID. As you know, Governor, that is more than Minnesota spends each year to run its Department of Corrections. So I want to give you a chance to respond to.
Now, you see, I think there's some people that, as soon as they see Tim Walz, they think that you're just watching this liberal news media because they just want to sell you propaganda that's in favor of Tim Walz and anti-Trump. Well, they just brought up a scandal on taxes in his state. Are you curious about that? I'm curious about that.
From government programs.
Let's see.
Down. Dozens of people of East African descent have been charged, convicted, and sentenced for stealing more than $1 billion in taxpayer money from.
Dozens of people of what?
For his crackdown. Dozens of people of East African descent have been charged, convicted, and sentenced for stealing more than $1 billion in taxpayer money from government programs during COVID. As you know, Governor, that.
Do you want to talk about that? Is that an issue for taxpayers? Is that an issue for MAGA folk on liberal TV? You MAGA people interested in liberal TV all of a sudden? Or should we skip past it? I'm just, I'm just curious, Maybe you don't like liberal TV. Who knows, But I listen to any TV. I also watch Fox. I know when somebody's telling a lie. I know how to research. That's what computers are for, right? to pull up information quickly so you know if someone's lying or telling the truth when they're speaking in public, right? So you know if your politicians, if they're actually telling you the truth. Also, to not just know if they're telling you the truth or lying, but to also know what they're not talking about. That could be good.
That is more than Minnesota spends each year to run its Department of Corrections. So I want to give you a chance to respond to this. Do you take responsibility for failing to stop this fraud in your state?
Well, certainly I take responsibility for putting people in jail. Governors don't.
He takes responsibility. Sure, I take responsibility for putting people in jail. I mean, so he prosecuted people for that in his state, and those are the data. That's the data that Trump is quoting. Is that what's going on? So Trump is using the data that he produced, his offices produced on crime, and he's using that as like what, a bad thing because they were prosecuted, or a good thing? Okay.
Get to
responsibility for failing to stop this fraud in your state.
Yeah, if you prosecute them, that's considered stopping it. I mean, maybe you don't get the money back. Let's find out. But I mean, that's usually what you do when you say you stopping something. You prosecute people, right? So let's say, are they prosecuting? Are they stopping? Are they stopping crime? Are they stopping crime when you arrest somebody? Are you stopping crime? Is that what you're doing? When you prosecute them, you take them to trial and then you send them to jail. Is that part of the stopping crime thing in America or not?
Well, certainly I take responsibility for putting people in jail. Governors don't get to just talk theoretically. We have to solve problems.
Yeah, Trump, he's got 34 felons and he's criticizing somebody. I mean, that should be the obvious thing. You can't have it both ways. You know what I'm saying? You can't want crime to stop, but you elect a felon. You vote for a felon. I mean, sorry, there's problems with that logic. You know what I'm saying? And secondly, the Democrats tried to prosecute. They're the ones who prosecuted Trump. And the Democrats prosecute crime. Trump is pardoned a drug dealer. Look, Trump pardoned a drug dealer, a dude responsible for transporting billions of fucking dollars from El Salvador, I believe, just the last 2 days. Just in the last 2 days. At the same time, he's talking about invading Venezuela to stop drugs. I mean, this bullshit. Trump is full of shit, man. I mean, it's crazy. Let's pull that up. He did. Let's hear it, though.
And I will note.
Let's listen to Tim Watt. I'm going to pull that up.
Do you take responsibility for failing to stop this fraud in your state?
Well, certainly I take responsibility for putting people in jail. Governors don't get to just talk theoretically. We have to solve problems. And I will note, it's not just Somalis. Minnesota is a generous state. Minnesota is a prosperous state, a well-run state. We're AAA bond rated, but that attracts criminals. Those people are going to jail. We're doing everything we can. But to demonize an entire community on the actions of a few, it's lazy. And as you heard Senator Kelly say, this president has cut a lot of inspector generals. He's cut programs that could help us tackle this on. So we'll take it on. We'll put folks in jail. I don't care what your nationality is. I don't care what your religion is, your color. If you're committing crimes, these are programs that were meant to serve students with autism, to housing, and to making sure people had enough to eat. There's a reason Minnesota ranks as the top. Lowest childhood poverty, best place for children to live. People are taking advantage of that. They're going to prison. That is totally disconnected with demonizing an entire group of people who came here fleeing civil war and created a vibrant community that makes Minnesota and this country better. But that's Donald Trump. Deflect, demonize, come up with no solutions. He's not going to help fix anything on fraud. My God, there's a big difference between fraud and corruption is something he knows about.
Yeah, and on that note, let's pull this up. I mean, Trump just pardoned a guy who he was the president of where? What was it? Let me pull this up so y'all can see what I'm looking at. He's the president of where? Let me see here. Is this guy right here? Can y'all see his picture? Juan Orlando, right? Allegedly, he trafficked and aided in trafficking. Let me see here. Right, he was the ex-Honduras president. right? Now let's see here. Amount of drugs trafficked allegedly to be trafficked, right? According to U.S. Department of Justice, and this is probably under the Biden administration, this is they prosecute people too. Trump doesn't like that. Trump got to give him a pardon. Boo-hoo, Biden administration. Okay? How dare you prosecute a drug dealer? According to the U.S., and how dare you prosecute sex traffickers? How dare you prosecute Ghislaine Maxwell? How dare you fire the prosecutor? Whoever fired Ghislaine Maxwell, fire her right now. And they did. And now this guy just got a pardon. According to the U.S., and Maxwell's going to get a pardon any day now. Trump has got dementia. Trump is about to fall out flat on his face. People see it for what it is. He's not going to last. There's pressure on his cabinet to replace him. They're in hiding, you know what I mean, because they know that. And but before he goes out, there's going to be pressure for him to pardon Ghislaine Maxwell because she's going to blow up the spot. They're going to explain to Trump that, listen, you may have forgotten, but this lady's going to fuck you over. Like, she wants out, and you better give it to her or this is going to blow up. And if you sit him down and spend a half an hour with him after he throws ketchup at the, ceiling, he can hear the message, he will hear the message. He's in communication with her, or his cabinet is, somebody in his cabinet, someone who's appointed to him somehow. But in any case, according to the U.S. Department of Justice, Hernandez was convicted of conspiring to distribute more than 400 tons of cocaine into the United States. Are you for him being locked up? If you're glad he got locked up, put a 1 in the chat. If you're not, put a 2 in the chat. I'm going to put a 1. That's a 1 for me. I vote 1. You see, I'm glad that he was thrown in jail for this, okay? 40 tons of cocaine into the United States of America. That's according to the Justice Department, right? The U.S. Justice Department, in case you don't know who I'm talking about. See, justice.gov. Can y'all see that? That's the reference. Okay. There's another reference too, but this is the main one. Now, prosecutors described that as billions of individual doses. Damn. Wow. Okay. The court also noted that the cocaine traffic under the conspiracy was worth well over $10 billion on the streets in the U.S. That's interesting because the East Africans who committed $1 billion fraud, allegedly, I mean, I'm assuming it's true because Walt says it's true. He says he prosecuted them, right? Now, that was $1 billion. This crime was set to be, this crime is in the U.S. valued at $10 billion. This is a $10 billion crime dealing with drugs. Trump just pardoned him, right? So if he happened to live in, be distributing to people in Minnesota, what would they have to say about that? Would you want this governor to prosecute the people that were involved with him or not? Well, if he did, Trump would have went back and prosecuted one of the main ones. I mean, pardoned them. Trump would have went back and said, nah, fuck that. Even though you prosecuted them in Minnesota, the people he's associated with, I'm going to parole the ringleader. How about that? Now, I'm going to pardon the ringleader. Now, his sentence was 45 years in prison plus $8 million in fine. That was the sentence. Oops, over with now. That's according to The Guardian. You see? I don't know if y'all can see. Hold on, let me pull this up here. I see some of y'all didn't see that. You see? Boom. That's The Guardian. Now, so let's get back to Trump and crime in Minnesota. Trump cares about crime? Okay, let's hear about it.
Created a vibrant community that makes Minnesota and this country better. But that's Donald Trump. Deflect, demonize, come up with no solutions. He's not going to help fix anything on fraud. My God, there's a big difference between fraud and corruption is something he knows about.
Well, Governor, let me have you weigh in on this, because part of your initial response to President Trump's post was to call for him to release the results of his MRI. And I want to give you a chance to give our viewers exactly a sense of what you need.
This interview is going in the wrong direction, no matter what spin it has in it. It seems to spin back to Trump not doing shit about it. You know what I'm saying? Back to Trump being guilty. Back to Trump being not having responsibility. Back to Trump being a hypocrite, doing one thing and then saying he's hard on crime and then releasing paroling drug dealers. I mean, it's like every single time. Now it's on his MRI. Fuck it, guilty. Boom. We don't need to see anymore. What's up with his MRI?
What exactly were you suggesting by that, Governor?
Well, here we got a guy on.
Yeah, what were you suggesting? Let me hear. Let me hear this a million times. I'm going to replay this part.
Thanksgiving, where we spent time with our families. We ate, we played Yahtzee, we cheered for football or whatever. This guy is apparently in a room ranting.
Yeah, the billionaire crypto king. Exactly. Thank you for that, Sassy.
About everything else. This is not normal behavior. It is not healthy. And presidents throughout time have released.
And when he says not normal, and when he says not healthy, he means that. You know what I'm saying? You can, if you out there, and this is Trump projecting because he's out there calling people retarded. Again, if you look up signs of dementia, think about that when you hear Trump calling people retarded, the president of the United States. Think about that when you hear him calling all of a sudden because a reporter just asked him a question and his response is, "What are you, stupid?" And then he calls them bad people. And stupid. I mean, think about that. Is that a sign of dementia? Pretty much. Yep.
Released a couple things. They've released their tax returns, not Donald Trump, and they've released their medical records, not Donald Trump. And look, the MRI is one thing, but I think what's most concerning about this is, as your viewers out there are listening, has anyone in the history of the world ever have an MRI assigned to them and have no idea what it was for, as he says?
That's exactly what Trump said. And then he had the nerve to say the MRI, it was better than ever. They did that was the best MRI anyone's ever done. Okay, what are the results though? You know what I'm saying? Like, we know the doctor gave a good MRI, but what did they find?
So look, it's clear the president's fading physically. I think the mental capacity, again, ranting, crazily at midnight on Thanksgiving about everything else. There's reasons for us to be concerned. This is a guy that randomly says the airspace over Venezuela is closed. He's ruminating on if you could win a nuclear war. Look, this is a serious position. It's the most powerful position in the world. And we have someone at midnight throwing around slurs that demonize our children. And at the same time, he's not solving any of the problems. So I'm deeply concerned that he is incapable of doing the job.
Well, there you have Tim Walz. He's removing himself from the elected officials that are refusing to call Trump's mental situation what it is. He's refusing to not call it what it is. He's saying he got upstairs. This ain't working right. His health has declined past the level of being able to serve as the United States president, or past the level of being able to serve competently. Now, I would suggest that every congressional member should be saying this, and I mean every. I'm not saying some aren't, but every. No matter what party you come from, if you know anything about dementia, which you should probably look into, you should probably yield to professionals on this. There's no way in hell that they can't say that those signs, Trump doesn't have plenty of signs that correspond with dementia. The only difference, I think, between Trump and between Trump having dementia and not having it is we haven't seen the paper with the doctor's signature. But outside of that, it pretty much looks like a person that has dementia. And plenty of people have dementia and have not been diagnosed. You see what I mean? But I'd be very surprised if they're not covering this up. I'd be very, very surprised.
Governor, a couple more to get to here. I want to talk about the Democrats. You were, of course, the Democratic vice presidential nominee in 2024 because President Biden dropped out over concerns about his fitness for office.
Now, see, for the MAGA people, they brought up your issue again. They brought up your issue. They said, hey, but let's just be fair. Biden, when he was in office, people criticized him, right? So this is one for the MAGA people. So you can't really think that this is a biased interview. No, she's asking some straight up questions. She's asking the questions you wanted her to ask. She asked them about the $1 billion fraud about East Africans. You got an answer. Now he's asking you about, now that you talked about the president's health not looking good, now she's bringing up Biden, right? She's being fair to you.
Vice President Harris, in her new book, said it was, quote, recklessness for former President Biden's allies to leave the decision about running for re-election up to him and his family. Do you agree with her? Was it recklessness?
Look, I wasn't there, Kristen, on this, and I think the president, again, got us through COVID, ushered us through, brought the economy back from the edge. I think there's question about this, and I want to be very clear. On me talking about the MRI, ageism is a real thing. Ableism is a real thing that we need to be careful of with people. And I think Donald Trump made a cottage industry out of attacking Joe Biden's competency, and it seemed like that got reported a lot. Now, whether that decision should have been made sooner, history will determine that. What I do know is that going forward, we need somebody in office who's actually going to tackle the things Americans need, whether it's about costs or whether it's about our national security needs and honoring those with our allies. And I think maybe there's a lesson to be learned from what happened with President Biden. If that's the case, it should certainly be applied right now to this president who is putting Americans at risk, is reckless, and is not doing what he's asked to do, make life better for the American people.
All right.
Yeah, I think, I don't think he would, like he said, he would be in a position to know because he wasn't the vice president and he didn't work with Biden in that capacity. But me, myself, I think her words are worth, hearing, and being real, because there's no need. Again, if you're going to approach everything from a biased perspective, you're not going to hear her point, no matter who you are, no matter if you're liberal, no matter if you're a MAGA, no matter if you're a Republican, no matter if you're a Democrat, no matter if you're independent. If you're not willing to kind of put it in perspective, in context to how, what is surrounding her, that is being the vice president while saying that, working with Biden while saying that, I think, you won't come to the right outcome. But, at least Biden was willing to step aside. And Biden was willing to communicate openly about that. That happened. That debate happened within the Democratic Party. Right now, there's no debate in the Republican Party about Trump's health. Where's the debate coming from? If age is an issue, Biden is not the president. Biden actually discussed it. Biden actually stepped down. So why don't you want the same to be for Trump? That doesn't make any sense. You can't want something for one that you don't want for the other. That wouldn't be fair. You see, why would you want Trump to behave worse than Biden? When the conversation was brought up with Biden, Biden stepped down. Now, is the conversation happening? Should the Republican Party? So this is the question. And do me a favor, click the like button, y'all. Come on now. This is how more people get in the conversation. And I know for a fact, because I did do the data, I know for a fact why I'm actually doing this podcast and the reason why it works to a certain degree. I know the data points that connect, right? So here, answer this question, participate. Those of you that can. I know a lot of people just enjoy listening, and that's cool too. And if you are thrown off by the commercials that repeat, I'm actually bringing them down. I've been trying to bring them down. It's not happening. It hasn't kicked in with the live streams yet, but the replay it's kicking in with, and soon it's going to be the live stream too. So just for y'all to know. But here's the question. After you click the like button, here's the question. Should the Republican Party be telling Trump to step down now because of health, because of how his health looks and appears to the public, right? Should the Republican Party, or no, scrap that question. Should the Republican Party be having a conversation right now about Donald Trump's health? the same conversation that they had about Biden's based on the same criticisms? Should they be doing that? And I really want to hear from you, Trump supporters. Should the Republican Party be having the same conversation the Democratic Party had about Joe Biden that resulted in him stepping down and Kamala Harris running? Should they be having the same conversation about Trump's health, the Republican Party? If you're MAGA and you think they should, put a 1 in the chat. If you're a Democrat or other and you think they should, put a 3 in the chat. And if you don't, put a 2 in the chat. I hope y'all can follow that. If you're a MAGA, if you're a Republican, and you believe the Republican Party should be having conversations right now about Trump's mental health, put a 1 in the chat. If you don't, put a 2 in the chat. If you're a Democrat or otherwise, anybody but a Republican, and you believe they should be having a conversation about his health, Trump, put a 3 in the chat. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I see a lot of 3s. I see a 1. John Stevenson, you put 1 and 2, man. Okay, I guess you're not being real. Whichever. Okay, fair enough. Let me see here. Okay, Briggs, Mr. Briggs put 2. Okay, you don't think they should. Okay. Flip out a lot. Okay, did I get that right? Flipping out. Okay. That's a 3. Okay, so you're a Dem and you think they should. Okay, there's a lot of Dems that think they should. I don't see so many MAGAs in here that think they should be having that conversation. And see, that is weird. I see one MAGA that said, that's weird. Now, don't you find that a little strange? Like, because, I mean, think about this. If you raise the conversation, then you could either do one or two things. You could ignore it and stay in power, or you could heed to it and step down like Biden did. But it's very, very clear that if you're going to criticize Biden and his mental health, there's no way out of it. Trump is displaying way worse. Publicly, Trump is doing way worse. So that shows you, that illustrates here that a lot of the MAGA people that come that are at least in the chat are pretty much hypocrites. They're biased. I mean, they're totally biased. They don't want to have a fair conversation about these topics. It shows you that their partisanship, it goes first before their voting and what they want when they vote. You know, it's crazy. It's crazy. You know, if Trump said, we're going to raise the taxes, the housing taxes in all states for Americans, these MAGA people would vote for it just because it's Trump that said they would do it. They would do it. They would do it. You know, I mean, that's how their brain work. And again, it's just like this. You give them a fair opportunity. I mean, fair enough. Look, you can't say that when you raise an issue and the person hears your point and steps aside, you can't say that's a bad thing. But now on the opposite, that's what Biden did. Now on the opposite side, can you admit the same about the president that's sitting in power right now? He's older than Biden was when Biden was in the power. He's exhibiting hard signs, way more signs than Biden was. And yet you're okay with that. Democrats, independents, take note of this. Take note of this when these elections come up. Take note of the fact that for a lot of MAGA people, they don't care. The conversations are not about being fair. The conversations are not about being fair to anybody else. And it extends to gender bias, religious bias, ethnic bias, right? It extends across the platform. Okay. They're like that. You got Mike Johnson, people saying he's on Grindr and shit, and then he goes home and have an interview. Did you see that interview with Mike Johnson and his wife? That didn't look like something didn't look right. And I can feel it because I'm a heterosexual man. So I know what feelings guys have when they're around women. I can be honest about it. You know, when you're having a relationship with a woman, a man that's heterosexual, and that woman is heterosexual, and you behave kind of differently, I think. than they appeared to on camera. I'm just saying, but MAGA Mike Johnson, you have a lot of these Republicans, man, people are saying that, Trump just pardoned one. But he was out of the closet. Trump just pardoned a gay man who's convicted of fraud, defrauding his own supporters and donors. And Trump pardoned him. So that goes to show you there is this thing there. There's something over there, The only time they support gay people is when they're frauds, when they steal money from the American taxpayer. That's the part where they change their mind. Outside of that, it's different. It's different. But in any case, let's go on. So we heard this from Tim Walz. That's great. We almost there now. Let me see here. I saw the funniest clip of Elon Musk walking in the plane behind Caroline Levitt. Have you guys seen that? It looks so damn weird. It looks so damn weird. I mean, first I'm going to play that. This is just some bullshit here. This is crazy, but look. Can y'all hear that? I had to turn it down. The air, obviously. Here we go. There's Trump. Now think about Trump's walk. Let's think about Trump's walk too while you're seeing this. It's not much, and if you notice, they don't really show him much head on, right? I guess they don't want any more of this. They don't want that happening, so they decided only take it from the side. Now, so here we go. I'm gonna have to turn it down. There's too much air in there. There we go. So this is Trump. He's lagging there, though. You look. You can say what you want, but Trump just tripped right there. That was a little trip. Let's see here. That was a little trip from Trump. And I'm going to have to blow it up a little bit to make it a little easier to see on the screen. Let me see here. But that was a trip. I didn't even think I would see that of Trump, but I just saw it this time. So it's worth showing. Let's see here. Let me take my camera off too, so y'all can see this fully. Let's see here. Trump split, but the funny part was Elon Musk. He was wilding, man, when he got on that plane. Now let's see here. Let's take this back so everybody can see. I slowed it down a little, so here we go. That was a hard step. That was a hard step right there. But let's go. Yeah, look at that. If you see, he's actually pressing down one. I think is it his left leg? His left leg seems like it just banged down. I'm just watching the body language, but I got a little bit of understanding about this and experience, you could say, in body language and things like this. But look at this one more time. See, that right there, that wasn't an even step right there. That was not an even step. And he shows this in like 3 places in this clip, if I'm right, if I saw it right. Let's see here. Right there. See, that was like the 4th complete step, maybe, or 5th step. Now, but let's go on. There is another one. Yeah, his movements in his leg. Actually, it's the right leg that's coming down hard. His movements, that it's something going on with his walking right there again. Right there again. Trump is not walking well. Now, Elon Musk is going to come up after that. So let me make this smaller while you guys see this. This is hilarious. Okay, now it's going to switch over. Let's see here to Elon Musk. Now, this is Elon Musk now and Caroline Levitt. Let me play that back. Let me just go back real quick. Caroline, I see she kind of got off screen for a second. There we go. There she is right there. What were they doing on this plane trip? What do you think this is about? Like, why is Elon Musk? He's not working in Doge anymore. That's done. So what's this about? But he looks weird walking up them damn stairs. Like, what? He seems like, is he wanting to turn to the camera and wave or something? Like, what the hell? Is that what it is? I mean, yeah, I could show them Obama, but Obama looks too smooth when he's walking. Like, damn, it's a total different thing. Like, no president wants to, in their 50s wants to walk, or above 60s want to walk next to Obama and, or his equal age. I don't think. He was a pretty smooth, charismatic individual, regardless of his politics. And but let's see here. Look at this. Why do y'all think he's on this plane? Like, what is this about? And did you get your Doge check? Just curious. I mean, he's the one who said it. Yeah, so this was them. I thought that was pretty interesting. They didn't do the straight up with Trump. They didn't want to do the camera kind of straight on. I think it really shows, it really kind of shows what it's about. But in any case, let me go back here. Let me see here. What did we just miss? Okay, right. Now this is Trump. This is kind of Trump era. Trump likes to do a lot of stuff. Now he's going into Venezuela. He's doing all of these things, right? Although, again, if you ask me, why go into Venezuela when you don't even like immigrants coming from countries that you engage in war with? Like, I contend that, look, if you're really going to have a war with Venezuela, then you definitely know that Venezuelan people are going to just be dispersed. You have to understand that. I don't know how many million they constitute in this world, but there are many. And it's going to put pressure on the neighboring countries, and it's going to put pressure on the U.S. because think about this. What are you going to do? You already got an issue with immigrants. You already have an issue with policy. You have never passed any type of comprehensive immigration reform, right? Is that even inside of the big, beautiful, ugly bill? I mean, MAGA people, anything about comprehensive immigration reform? Anything about comprehensive immigration reform in the big, beautiful, ugly bill? I'm not sure. I didn't hear any discussion about it. I didn't hear them mention it at all. So I'm curious about that. Yeah. But every it would be an hour long. Somebody said 36. It said 36 hours. Yeah, but that's what they said about Afghanistan. They said that about Iraq. They say that about Somalia. They say that about every place, But then the after effect is like, God damn, they end up blaming the next president. Why the fuck? That's what Americans do all the time. They blame the next president, It's always they blame the Democrat. Blame the socialist who wants more health care. Blame them. Like they don't be trying to go to war. This is Trump trying to go to war right now with somebody in America who's very, very close to the United States of America. Do I need to bring up a map? Like, damn. Very, very close. Where is this at? You know, in case you don't know, again, because there are a lot of fucking Americans that don't know, man. I don't know why this is. It's just uneducated. No fucking nothing about geography in their education, you know. Here's Venezuela. If you can see it right here, I'm lighting it up. See that light? Let me just, damn, can I make it bigger? Let me see something here. Can I make this bigger? Let me see if I can. Boom. Let's try to make it bigger so people can see more. Let me take this off. Camera off. Now, check this out. Here's Venezuela, top of South America, right next to Colombia, okay? See? You see that? Venezuela right here I'm touching it. There it is, Venezuela. You just go north and man, how many miles? It's just like here. It's directly across. Yo, if you think Dominican Republic is close, if you think where's Puerto Rico at? Is Puerto Rico on this one? I mean, the Virgin Islands is part of the U.S. You know? Yeah, that's a better example. The Virgin Islands is part of the U.S., so here's Venezuela. You know? It's not far from that. You see what I mean? So, yeah. Here's the capital, Caracas, right there on the ocean. You see? You could go over to Aruba. You know, it's close to Aruba also. Right? A lot of Americans go to vacation there. See, so if you have war with this country, and let me see here, how many Venezuelans are there? Just to qualify that. How large? I'm sorry. Population. All right, let's see here. Just to qualify this for a second. 28 million, 28.5 million people. Okay. So, yeah, exactly. So that's 28.5 million people. Now, I'm not sure how many states are that big in the U.S. I don't think any state is that big in the U.S. Is it? Any American state is that large? Let me see something. Are any USA states populations that large? Let me see here. Okay, here we go. Damn, I'm sorry. I'm forgetting. California is that large. Okay. Texas. So this would be like Florida. You know, I guess since all of them won't flee, but you could say you could expect a big population, maybe half, right? So let's say 15 million. So that would be, close to maybe 15 million that might flee the country, right? In a real war with the U.S., right? And so, or let's think of it this way. When you have tariffs and when you have embargoes, there's already people fleeing. Now, don't think that it takes a war to make people flee, because it doesn't. Because people have already been fleeing Venezuela, and it hasn't been because of this war. If you remember, Trump was complaining about Venezuelan gangs. Well, they weren't in war. The U.S. hadn't invaded Venezuela at that time, right? But the truth is that Venezuelans have been fleeing for some time. This is not a new thing, right? Now, if you have an embargo, could be enough to make a lot of Venezuelans flee. And they have been. And they've been doing that for some time. Now, this war is likely only to exacerbate it, but it depends on what Trump wants to do. But, yeah, I don't really see I think it's just a distraction for Trump. But in any case, let's hear more of Trump, and let's see, is he, showing signs of dementia? Let's see. Is it playing? Oh, here we go.
Tragic shooting in Washington, D.C. U.S. officials say that the suspect worked very closely with the CIA in Afghanistan for years, that he was vetted, and the vetting came up clean.
He went cuckoo. I mean, he went nuts. And that happens too. It happens too often with these people. You see them. But look, this is how they come in. This is how they're standing on top of each other, and that's an airplane. There was no vetting or anything. They came in unvetted. And we have a lot of others in this country. We're going to get them out. But they go cuckoo. Something happens to them.
Your DOJ IG just reported this year that there was thorough vetting by DHS and by the FBI of these Afghans who were brought into the U.S. So why do you blame IG just reported this?
I think they came in unvetted. And we have a lot of others in this country. We're going to get them out. But they go cuckoo. Something happens to them.
Your DOJ IG just reported this year.
Your DOJ IG just reported this year
That there was thorough vetting by
DHS. So his own IG already said earlier this year the opposite.
And by the FBI of these Afghans who were brought into the U.S. So why do you blame the Biden administration?
Because they let them in. Are you stupid? Are you a stupid person? Because they came on a plane along with thousands of other people that should.
Now you see that response? Is that a dementia response? You see how easily agitated he was? That's a sign that is listed as one of the signs of dementia for people that don't know. But you let me know, was that a sign of dementia right there, the way he responded? Because think about this. It's just a reporter, right? It's just a reporter. Her job is to ask questions. You can't take it personal, her questions. The questions are not personal. So, you could be polite. Yeah. But in any case, is this a dementia response?
Get them out. But they go cuckoo. Something happens to them.
Your DOJ IG just reported this year that there was thorough vetting by DHS and by the FBI of these Afghans who were brought into the U.S. So why do you blame the Biden administration?
Because they let them in. Are you stupid? Are you a stupid person? Because they came on a plane along with thousands of other people that shouldn't be here, and you're just asking questions because you're a stupid person. And there's a law passed that it's almost impossible not to get them out. You can't get them out once they come in. And they came in, and they were unvetted, they were unchecked, there were many of them, and they came in on big planes, and it was disgraceful. And if you look, you'll see there was a law passed. It makes it almost impossible not to let them in, not to certify them, so to speak, once they come in. And they came in, and they shouldn't have come in. And frankly, the whole thing was a mess. The whole Afghanistan situation was a mess. It should have never taken place. If we're going to go out, and we would have gone out because I had everybody ready to go. We were going to go out with strength and dignity and precision. And we would have left from Bagram, and we would have kept Bagram, by the way, because of its very close relationship to China and where they make their missiles. But when you let the people come in by the thousands and thousands and thousands, they made a terrible mistake. But they were incompetent.
Okay. 2 seconds. Let me see here. Sorry about that, y'all. Just a little delay. Okay, so was that listen, Kash Patel was also the he was the secretary of he was the FBI head.
Intensifying retribution campaign.
Let me play this over one more time. When they ask who the head of the FBI was, and it's Kristi, Noam, and Kash Patel were already appointed. And they are the ones that they're speaking of. They said your whatever. What did they say? DGI or something like that. Right. Let's listen again.
A question about this tragic shooting in Washington, D.C. U.S. officials say that the suspect worked very closely with the CIA in Afghanistan for years, that he was vetted, and the vetting came up clean.
He went cuckoo. I mean, he went nuts. And that happens too. It happens too often with these people. You see them. But look, this is how they come in. This is how they're standing on top of each other, and that's an airplane. There was no vetting or anything. They came in unvetted. And we have a lot of others in this country. We're going to get them out. But they go cuckoo. Something happens to him.
Your DOJ IG just reported this year that there was thorough vetting by DHS and by the FBI of these Afghans who were brought into the U.S. So why do you blame the Biden administration?
Because they
Listen, so these were all in DOJ, Department of DHS, Department of Homeland Security, and the FBI. These were all Trump appointees when the guy was given asylum. So
that there was thorough vetting by DHS and by the FBI of these Afghans who were brought into the U.S. So why do you blame the Biden administration?
because they let him in. Are you stupid? Are you a stupid person? Because they came on a plane along with thousands of other people that shouldn't be here, and you're just asking questions because you're a stupid person.
And you're just asking questions because you're a stupid person. Is that dementia? Put a 1 in the chat if that's dementia. Put a 2 in the chat if it's not. I'm going to say 1. That's my guess. Yeah. But go ahead. Just I want to see who thinks what of this comment. You know, listen. She's a reporter, so she's asking questions that other people tell her to ask. Maybe she has some of them. It's not personal. You know. So I'm not seeing the response as being one of a person that understands their own job. His job is to answer questions. That's why he's there. He gets paid for that. No one asks questions because they're stupid, and no one should be answering them because they're stupid. And if you're the government official asking, it should never be your perspective that the person asking you a question, when you're paid by the taxpayers, when you're on national TV, the answer should never be you're a stupid person for asking. So I'm like, I don't see how anyone could think this is not dementia. You know, I don't see how you can think it's not, because one aspect of dementia is also not understanding what your job is, who you are, where you are. This motherfucker, does he know that he's the president of the United States? Does he know he's sitting in the... I don't think he really knows it. I mean, I think he knows it a little bit, but what that encompasses, no, he doesn't know that right now. That's not what's happening, because if he did, he wouldn't be thinking, what are you, stupid? that she's just stupid for asking this question. I mean, again, if you think this is okay, you have a pretty low, expectations of your public officials. That's what I would say. And this is the top one. So you obviously expect less from others when the top one you're giving this much grace to, if you could call it grace, yeah, it just seems a little off if you ask me. But yeah, let's see here. This is in any case, Trump wants to go to war against Venezuela.
President Trump is spending the holiday.
These are the points. This is what he wants legacy media to know. These are his talking points. Hegseth has been blowing up people in little boats that anybody can fucking afford, pretty much. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, he's blowing up little ass boats that can't even carry enough gas to get to the United States. Boats, they having all these people that they've killed. They haven't brought back 1 kilo of cocaine to say, see, I told you so. I mean, not one note that says, I'm a drug dealer, mama. Hey, this is my new life as a drug dealer working with Sinaloa, blah, blah, blah. Nothing. Not fingerprints. Nothing. No communications. Nothing. No Facebook thing that says, see my money, y'all. Look at my gun. None of that. Nothing. Just blow them up, shoot them. They all must be drug dealers. And it turns out that Hegseth is suspected to have said that kill them all. Kill them all. Like, that's his orders. Kill them all. When you engage, kill them all.
Weekend at Mar-a-Lago and on the golf course, and sending a barrage of missives on social media, affecting politics at home and abroad. beginning yesterday morning when he declared the airspace above Venezuela, quote, closed in its entirety amid what he says is a campaign aimed at disrupting drug cartels, prompting Venezuela to accuse Trump of an, quote, illegal and unjustified aggression against their country. Meanwhile, at home, he's taking his anti-immigration agenda to a whole new level in the wake of the shooting of 2 National Guard members in Washington, with a suspect an Afghan national. Trump now threatening a host of new measures, halting all asylum decisions, saying he would pause migration from, quote, third world countries, while warning that green card holders from certain countries would have their papers reviewed. And his rhetoric has gotten even coarser. There's a lot to unpack this morning, and I have an excellent panel to break this all down with. Tia Mitchell with the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, CNN's Stephen Collinson, and USA Today's Susan Page. Good morning.
Good morning.
Happy
Thanksgiving belatedly. Nice to see you all here.
I'm just going to say this real quick. Here we go. And there's there's different news outlets you can go to. PBS, The Guardian, whatever else, Washington Post, whatever one you want to go to, right? Now, the U.S. government claims that these are involved illicit narcotics smuggling operations known to narco trafficking routes, right? And Hegseth posted to his social media. We talking about the evidence. He posted to his social media video footage of some strikes. Everybody's seen these strikes, right? But what remains unproven, right? What evidence is not publicly provided? Okay, the U.S. administration has not released any verifiable, detailed evidence, manifest of seized narcotics. So they don't have a manifest of any seized narcotics. Chain of custody, photo of drugs. There is no photos of drugs. There's no video footage of drugs, because obviously video is photo too. For those of you that don't know, it's just moving photos. Okay, now arrest and prosecutions, there's none. Authenticated identities of persons on board, none to the public or Congress, proving that the boats actually had drugs or that the people aboard were cartel members. There's none. Basically, there's no evidence. Okay, you have been shown zero evidence. If you're in this chat right now, you have been shown zero evidence that these are people smuggling drugs. Zero. You haven't been. So the best place to start, even if you believe those were drugs, is the place I'm telling you. You have no evidence. So go find some before you believe, at least. Go find some. Just let that be the lowest bar you have. Find some evidence. Just one piece of evidence. Yeah, that's pretty bad. But in any case,
I want to start what's happening with Venezuela, because I think that a lot of Americans don't realize what's happening down there. We're seeing the biggest military buildup down there in the Caribbean in decades, and it's not entirely clear what the next steps are going to be. There's been more than 80 people killed in these more than 20 boat strikes that have occurred. The administration says it is about disrupting these cartels, but the buildup is much broader than suggesting a simple effort to try to get rid of cartels. What is this? Is this an effort to try to topple the Maduro government there? Is this a possible war that they're preparing for? Or is it saber rattling?
I think one of the reasons why we don't know the answers to that is because the administration hasn't really explained it very well. To your point, it does look like a PSYOPs operation to try and topple Maduro, the president of Venezuela, or to get the generals around him to do it for the United States. The administration's argument that this is all about drugs trafficking is somewhat curious, because if that was the aim, there might be other places in Latin America where you would start it. The polls, for example, show massive, overwhelming opposition among Americans to a war in Venezuela. A lot of people think it would be incompatible with the president's, foundational belief of no more foreign wars. But this is a very MAGA thing, I think. There's clearly an attempt by the administration to project American power through the Western Hemisphere. That's not new historically, but they're backing all of these populist right-wing leaders through Brazil, Argentina. The president intervened in the election today in Honduras, saying he was going to pardon the former president of Honduras, who was found guilty in the US of drugs trafficking. So that undercuts one of the big rationales. So it's very unclear, I think, exactly what the strategic goal is of the administration.
And speaking of the polls, as you mentioned, it just the CBS News poll just out recently about whether Americans would favor military action in Venezuela.
It's Black Friday and content.
All right, let me see something here. Let me put this in the chat for folks real quick. Let me see here. Here's the chat from military.com for folks that want to know their responses. I hope y'all can see that. Can y'all get this one? Oh, let me erase my statement here. Here we go. Right. This is from military.com in the Daily News. So this is their reporting on it. And when pressed on information, when the Trump administration was pressed on administration for evidence, this is what they came up with. Nothing. They refused to provide evidence to Congress, in other words. So let's go on.
30%.
So it's very unclear, I think, exactly what the strategic goal is of the administration.
And speaking of the polls, as you mentioned, it just the CBS News poll just out recently about whether Americans would favor military action in Venezuela. Just 30%, 70% would oppose. I mean, to Stephen's point.
So U.S. military action in Venezuela among Americans, according to this source that they're citing, this is CNN, right? Which I would call CNN. I call them the left propaganda unit. I call Fox News the right propaganda unit, and, so that's my view of it, of course, but that may not be your view. But for all intents and purposes, it doesn't matter whether they're left or right, because as an individual, I have a responsibility to read through the information myself, do comparative data myself, to, go beyond these outlets to find out if what they're saying, what exactly is backing their statements up, what's qualifying their statements, what's quantifying, what quantitative data are they using to come up with these statements. I mean, as an individual, I'm responsible for that. No one else is responsible to me for that. However, this information here, I'm pretty sure CNN has some data, but I'm going to look that up right now. It says here news poll. I mean, this is their own polling. Right, that they conduct to Americans. Now, it says 30% favor it, 70% don't. Right? So, yeah, I'm going to look up.
Typically,
I'm going to see if there's any other polls just done by other companies, just general polling companies, and not just CNN.
You see a military campaign, there is a build-up, there's a messaging strategy. We saw this with George W. Bush in the Iraq War. There's really been none of that with the Trump administration right now.
In fact, an even higher percentage in that poll said the president needs to explain what's going on there. 3/4 of Americans said that. 2/3 of Republicans said they needed to hear more explanation from Trump before moving ahead. So clearly this would be, I think, politically here, a risky maneuver and one hard to square with the pardon he's promised now to a Honduran president who has undergone due process and been convicted, as opposed to the 80+ people who've been killed at sea, who have not gone through due process before being killed by American forces.
And there are these questions that are building on the Hill, too, about the campaign that's going on there. Yesterday, we saw the leaders of the House and Senate Armed Services Committee come out and demand answers about a military strike that occurred, a boat strike that occurred in early September, in which Pete Hegseth, the defense secretary, apparently ordered everyone who was on that vessel to be killed. There's some concern about the way that it was conducted that could have violated the rules of armed conflict.
Yeah.
It just shows you you don't really see this kind of bipartisan calls for information, investigation when it's Republicans leading these committees asking the Trump administration for details.
It's bipartisan. It's both the House and the Senate. And I think we don't have a lot of information even about the 80 people who were killed. But the little bit that has been reported as media has been digging is that they were relatively low level on, the hierarchy of drug trafficking. They were probably just regular people who were hired to do the transporting, not necessarily the masterminds behind the operation. So again, the question is, if you're just killing the mules, so to speak, does that really affect the operation? Because at the end of the day, probably the cartels saw them as dispensable as well. So I just think there is so much problematic about these killings, about the buildup, about what the plan is for Venezuela. And I think most Americans, not just, I mean, Trump, as we've talked about, his whole campaign was centered around ending foreign wars, focusing on domestic issues. But even beyond that, I think a lot of people in America are just like, why Venezuela? Why now? Why in this way? It just doesn't, there's just not enough evidence or information.
And I want to get back to what you referenced earlier here, Stephen, about this pardon that Trump gave to the former Honduran.
Do me a favor, click the like button, y'all. You all that haven't clicked the like button, it helps more people become aware of the stream. Thank you.
President Juan Orlando Hernandez, because what the Trump administration is saying is that this Venezuela campaign is about to disrupt these drug cartels. They say they campaign on it. This is what this is about. Well, Hernandez was given an $8 million fine by a U.S. judge just last year and sentenced for 45 years in prison for his role in drug trafficking. This is how the New York Times put it. So the two posts displayed a remarkable dissonance in the president's strategy as he moved to escalate a military campaign against drug trafficking while ordering the release of a man prosecutors said had taken, quote, cocaine-fueled bribes from cartels. It goes on to say prosecutors said that Mr. Hernandez for years allowed bricks of cocaine from Venezuela to flow through Honduras en route to the United States. Trump said in his pardon about why he did it, he said in Truth Social, said, many people said that he was treated very harshly and unfairly.
Yeah, and that seems to be the rationale that he was a former president who was forced to face justice. We've seen this before, in fact, in Brazil, with the president looking after his political allies.
Yeah, he was pardoned for conspiring, or, for being part of for conspiring, smuggling 40 tons of cocaine to the United States. That's the guy who Trump pardoned.
Clearly, it's completely incompatible with the idea of a drugs war. But at the same time, I think this is
So that guy was a president. So if you pardon one president who's engaged with, obviously, cartels, why would you go to war against the next? Why are you going to war against Venezuela when you didn't even want to, when you're pardoning the guy who actually, you do have evidence that has done it and has played a role in the trafficking and has committed a crime? I mean, what is up with that? What's up with that? It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense, And let me see here. Okay, here we go. Yeah. So yeah, just let me know what you think. Let me know what you think about that. If it makes any sense. If it's I tell you what, if you consider this if you consider this hypocrisy, like pardoning one guy from one state, one president from one country, and then now seeking to invade another country, accusing the president of something similar without evidence, like pardoning the guy with evidence while you have no evidence about the other and you're ready to invade. If that's hypocritical, put a 1 in the chat. I think it's hypocritical. I think it's just crazy. It's bullshit. So I'm going to put a 1 in the chat. The chat is on replay just for people to know. So an hour after the live stream ends, it will come back up. It will be accessible again. And I do collect some data from that, after when it becomes available myself. Right. So yeah. So again, if you think it's hypocritical to pardon one guy who was prosecuted in the United States for 40 tons of cocaine, who was the president of a country, if you think pardoning him is hypocritical while you're trying to invade Venezuela without the evidence, without having a trial, put a 1 in the chat if you think it's hypocritical. I think it's hypocritical, but I wouldn't expect many MAGA people to think it is, because they hypocritical every day. They don't even know what hypocritical is. You know what I'm saying? They go hypocritical on every damn thing, So so I ain't expecting no MAGA people to admit to shit, okay? So just to keep it real. Any case, let me stop it here, y'all. I got to stop for today. It's been a few hours, but it's been great. I appreciate everybody for coming out and your participation. The viewers, thank you so much. I know who my viewers are. Like, I have some real adult viewers, you know, and I got to say that I have to applaud myself also for being a good enough young man. I'm 55 years old, but being adult enough for my viewers, who largely 60% of my viewers are above the age of 45 years old. So kudos to my adults holding it down in the USA for me. I appreciate that. Knowing that this brother is an expat, I appreciate that. You know, I would suggest the rest of you learn something from your elders, right? I mean, let's do it. Because I even had to reflect on, dag, am I cursing too much? Like, my viewers largely are people my age or above, even many above, and yet I'm cursing. You see what I'm saying? So I had to double check myself. I mean, I'm not saying I'm not going to curse anymore, because some of y'all enjoy it sometimes, right? But I do reflect on these things, and but I appreciate you all giving me the grace to understand, because I'm paying attention to you. So I'm also keeping that in mind. Now, if you haven't clicked the like button, I'll be back in the next 24 hours, by the way. But if you haven't clicked the like button, click the like button. If you haven't subscribed. Both things help more people come into the stream. But I appreciate you guys, and even the haters. Don't worry, you're helping the algorithm too. I don't have to agree with you for you to be allowed here, as long as you understand that the rules here are made by myself in terms of fairness, right? I get to block whoever I don't like. If I think your comments are too out of whack, I can block you, no problem, and I'll move right on, just like anything else. But it's not a big deal. But I also appreciate some dissent sometimes, because it means I got to step my game up. It means I got to be ready to be more thorough. When someone says, oh, this law, they ain't no law that said this, I just go look it up for them in real time and then present it to them. And then you can go back and ask yourself why you didn't know. Or you can, not ask. Just bang your head in the door again. Who cares, right? You can do that. You're free to do that. If that's what you want to do. But in any case, I appreciate you all. On that note, I'm going to be out, and I'm going to catch up with you all in the next 24 hours. I hope everybody has a good beginning to their week, and we take it from there. All right. I appreciate y'all. Release the Epstein files. You know what I'm saying? Release the Epstein files. Impeach Trump. Impeach Trump. You know what I'm saying? Do something for the American people and impeach Trump. I'm going to catch y'all on the other side. Peace. Peace, Bits. I saw you in there. I appreciate you. Peace, Eric.
They want war. Crime babies looking for food. Starvation, the recipe. People subdued. When the people you trust got it in for you. Deceit is the word of the day in every crew. Don't let it go. It's from the days of old. Time is up, but some still do not know. Can I make up my mind? Is it worth the dime? Do I have to take a minute just to make it mine? Life's never fair, but don't listen to the TV. Go out and take a listen to the streets, with the people in the slums and the homeless bums, with degrees and degrees sitting under a tree. It's not easy in the world for the poor man, the one that brought you to reality. See, they don't want you to know about the black sheep. Even 7 roads to the 12 families all around the globe with an ancient code. Is it really asking a lot to say a death old? Cause we sitting on the earth looking back at extinct, and I'm standing on some ground that's about to sink. I ain't scared for a minute, I ain't about to blink, but I documented for the world what I see and think. Feel we on the call and I feel we on the break. All Congress gonna do is waste paper and ink. Vote or die. You voted and you'll die. You can have it both ways, can't say it's a lie. You can march all you want, but they playing you wrong. They only understand war, it's the same old song. They want war. All they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. All they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low. low, so they manifest the war.
Like a lotus coming out of the mud with colors, I create envy in those with power but jealous. I unify the poor with my song, the hell with the others. Descended the way they treat indigenous brothers, cause I understand we link forever. They try to hate us even though that we keep it together. I'm not talking about controlling the air or the weather. I'm talking about maintaining the truth, the high endeavor. A rebel drops bombs in the midst of trouble. The free world counterattack and now there's double. But nature gets the shit in a way that's subtle. If you stop the machines for a minute you might hear, but they won't cause the TVs whisper in the ear. And capitalism has eyes that don't tear, and they cloud up and get crazy and won't steer. And like an ad, it's hard to get an ass to listen. Living like this is like living in prison. It's hard to keep hope when you're living in prison. The spiritual thoughts, so yes, the mental prison. The outside, yes, it's got to get through. Something's gotta die, so something here can live. Your life is nothing if you got nothing to give. Keeping the spiritual, yes, disguised as religion. Controlling your mind, the mental prison.
They want war, all they really want is a war. Diversion, every tactic to make the big score. Them diamonds in the morning, you know they want more. But they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. War, all they really want is a war. Diversion, every tactic to make the big score. Them diamonds in the morning, you know they want more. But they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war.
Can you feel it? Nothing can save ya, cause this is the season of funky behavior. I came to relax your mind, you can recline. On what? On this here rhyme. I like the style, I'm staying for a while. It helps me show cats that I'm versatile. I'll touch your dial, turn your frown to a smile. I'll make you feel like you're having a child. So relax and open up, child. I'm about to make you walk what? Pimp style or pimped out style. You don't understand the logic. See, if you don't have it all, I'll take a deposit. I got shit for you, it's alright indeed. It's like going to the garden and planting the seed. It might tickle for a second, but it won't bleed.
So just relax, just hear a dope track. The vibes is real nice, everything is real fat. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you could where you at. Just relax and just hear a dope track. The vibes is real nice, everything is real fat. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you could where you at.
Your entertainment at the same time edutainment. In other words, you could call it bent. What I'm saying is that I'm here at your service. It's hard work, but then again, I deserve this. I'm helping people enjoy their spare time. I'm like an instructor when I'm doing my rhyme. Relax and just hear the dope track. It's really not all that, it's not like a gag. We like that when everything is relaxed and chill. You don't have to get fucked up or take pills. Cause I like being myself, it feels good. Yo, it makes my meals taste good. 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 So just relax.
It's your dope track. The vibes is real nice, everything is real fat. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you could where you at. Just relax and hear a dope track. The vibes is real nice, everything is real fat. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you could where you at. Just relax.
My mind in that balloon, it won't inflate. Just take the buzz, this much wiser, kid, fuck the shade. And take it to a lower level, and dig a ditch for a devil. Got some more kids and pass the shovel. Nigga, ho, take 'em